The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks is hereby called to order. Welcome to the people of the Virgin Islands and those listening, viewing from abroad. I am Senator Angel Bulkes Jr., the chairman of the committee. I want to start off by offering condolences to the family of Larry Bow, an icon in the agricultural industry here in the Virgin Islands. I'm saddened to hear about his passing. Larry was a true icon in the agricultural industry of the Virgin Islands, and with heartfelt condolences, I offer my condolences on behalf of my family, friends, and my office. Today's hearing focuses on providing an update on the status of horse racing here in the Virgin Islands. I want to start off by saying looking after a horse is quite an undertaking that involves a lot of effort and dedication. From making sure that they're fed and groomed and keeping an eye on their health, it's a responsibility that demands a significant amount of time and attention. This includes daily routines like feeding and grooming, as well as regular exercise and checkups. It's not just about the physical care. It's also about building a strong bond between a consistent interaction between a horse and its trainer. This often means rearranging someone's personal life and schedule and putting hours in for that relationship. All in all, taking care of a horse is a true labor of love that requires a real passion, patience, and a deep understanding for the animal. In recent years here in the Virgin Islands, we have witnessed a remarkable surge of construction and enhancement of our territory's infrastructure, but not as much in the area of our recreational facilities. Those strategic partnerships and visionary planning significantly have taken the infrastructure to a new level. We are still moving slow between the districts on the horse racing facility here on the island of St. Croix. The past allocation of funding to support these endeavors underscores a commitment by the government of the Virgin Islands to nourishing a sport that combines tradition, innovation, and culture. As we look forward, projected timelines for facility completions and expansions are evident for horse racing. However, as we pursue these challenges, we must present solutions. Regulatory considerations, logistical hurdles, and the ongoing pursuit of excellence have tested our resolve. Yet, it is within these challenges that we uncover potential opportunities for growth and refinement. The Virgin Islands horse racing community should stand undeterred, collectively working to address these obstacles and emerge stronger, more resilient, and more united than ever. As we navigate these waters, we recognize the prevailing needs that must be met to ensure this beloved sport. Let us not forget about the positive impact that horse racing has on our culture and our community. It fosters a sense of pride, camaraderie, and the pursuit of excellence. It brings families together, bridges generations, and fuels economic activity within our region. The spirit of competition, the grace of the horses, and the dedication of involvement culminate a celebration of the sport. In closing, the current status of horse racing gives rise to significant concerns that cannot be ignored. The once prevailing industry that captivated the hearts of our enthusiasts and showcased the prowess of magnificent creatures now stand at a critical juncture. Declining standards, ethical considerations, and the overall well-being of horses, trainers, and jockeys have cast a shadow over the sport that we once celebrated. It is imperative that we acknowledge these concerns with a sense of urgency and a commitment to addressing them. The integrity of horse racing, as well as our livelihoods it supports, hangs in the balance. Without swift and concerted efforts to rectify the issues at hand, we risk further erosion of public trust and the enduring legacy of a centuries-old tradition. As public leaders, stakeholders, and enthusiasts and advocates, it's our collective responsibility to demand transparency, enhanced safety measures, and ethical treatment for all involved. We'll start off by giving the roll call. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Novell E. Francis. Apologize. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin A. Blyden present. Senator Novell E. Francis. Senator Novell E. Francis absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Samuel Carrion present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson present. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Present.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. present. We have 6 present and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If any non-committee members are present, I would like to recognize them at this time. Okay, none at this time. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences to be read into the record?
No.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda into the record?
Mr. Chair, sorry. Yes, Mr. Chair. August 14, 2023, regarding the Agenda, Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks hearing, Friday, August 25, 2023, at 10 a.m. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks has scheduled a hearing for Friday, August 25, 2023, 10 a.m. at the Fritz E. Lawaetz Legislative Chambers on St. Croix to receive testimony and updates regarding the status of horse racing in the territory. Bills 35-0073 and 35-0083 will also be presented to the committee for consideration. Block 1, 10 a.m. to noon. The committee will be receiving updates on the status of horse racing in the territory. This update will include, but not limited to, facilities construction, funding allocations, projected timelines, achievements, challenges, potential opportunities, and prevailing needs. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner VI Sports, Parks, and Recreation, Robert E. Huckabee III, President and CEO, Southland Gaming, Shane Gaspard, Executive Vice President of Southland Gaming, Elroy Bates Jr., President, Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association, Hugo Hodge Jr., Chairman of the USVI Horse Racing Commission, Jason Williams, General Manager, Racing Operations, VIGL Operations, LLC, Andrew Dubuque, CFO, Managing Partner, VIGL Operations, LLC, Clinton Hedrington, President, St. Thomas Horsemen Association. This concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Chair.
Clerk. Before we move forward, I would like to outline a number of housekeeping rules. I ask that you please keep your cell phones on silent or vibrate. I would like to ask all the testifiers to please consistently identify yourselves by name and title before making statements or remarks. For our in-house stenographers who are trying to accurately account for this hearing, I'd like to ask all those who are present to please consider remaining online if you can. And for those who are online, the same goes for those. Please list your name and title. I'm going to start off by asking the testifiers here on St. Croix to identify themselves, and then we'll go ahead and have everyone online who is testifying identify themselves. So I'd like to start here with Mr. Bates.
Good morning. Elroy Bates Jr., President, Flamboyant Park Horseman Association.
Morning, Marcus Knight, Vice President of Flamboyant Park Horseman Association.
Okay, thank you. And for those online, one at a time, please. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you at this time. Could you try again, please?
Hugo Hodge, Chairman, Virgin Islands Horse Race Commission.
Okay. Chairman Hodge, can we see you on the camera, please?
My camera is on.
Let me have media work on that quickly. And while they're working on that...
Myself on the camera in your system.
In the meantime, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Carla Joseph, non-committee member. Thank you for being here. For those who are online, go ahead and state your names and title while media tries to get the visual component going. Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Shane Gaspard, Chief Operating Officer, Executive Vice President of Southland Gaming.
Good morning. My name is Jason Charles. I'm the Director of Public Relations and Governmental Affairs with Southland Gaming.
Okay.
Good morning. Jason Williams, General Manager, VIGL Operations.
Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation.
Okay. I think that's everyone, but Mr. Hodge, if you don't mind testing yours just before we proceed. Chairman Hodge. Okay, so far we've seen everyone, but not Chairman Hodge. Just wanted to test that before we proceed. Chairman Hodge, are you still on the line? Okay, why don't we try?
It might be something with you guys' cameras. I could see him perfectly on the screen.
Yes, I can also.
Okay, unfortunately, we're not seeing him here. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senate President Novell Francis Jr. Thank you for being here, sir. Oh, there you are. There you are, Chairman Hodge. We see you. Good morning, sir. Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and proceed with testimonies. We'll start off with, we're going to start off with VIGL. Please proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Angel Bocas Jr., Senators of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks, other senators of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and all present. I am Jason Williams, General Manager of VIGL Racing Operations. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 350083 and 350073, as well as the status of the Rondell Dock Games racetrack on St. Croix. VIGL supports Bill number 350083, which seeks to reestablish the St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John Racing Commissions.
General Manager, one moment, General Manager Williams. Mm-hmm. The Block 1 is to receive an update on the facilities construction, funding allocations, projected timelines, any challenges and achievements, or potential opportunities and prevailing needs. The block 2 is for bills 0073 and 0083.
Okay, so then I'll just read the second half of my testimony then, which begins on the second page. I believe I sent that to your office, Senator.
Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Okay, yes, so on or around April 10, 2023, VIGL submitted the Coastal Zone Management Modification Package to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for review and approval. It was approved by the Commission of DPNR and then forwarded to the Croix CZM Committee to impose any pertinent conditions of the project. The committee held a public meeting on Thursday, May 18th, at which VIGL and its representative made a detailed presentation outlining the features of the development. Attendees included all CZM committee members, DPNRs, CZM staff, and residents, including several members of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. Several concerns were expressed in response to the presentation: the seating capacity of the grandstand, the need for additional barns, the location of the quarantine barn, and the shoreline erosion which has occurred adjacent to the site were questioned. In response, and while it slightly compromised our model and concept for a successful project, we amended our package, which we outlined in a CZM committee decision meeting held on June 29, 2023. After imposing a couple minor conditions, the committee voted to approve the project. On July, excuse me? I can proceed? Senator?
Yeah, please proceed.
Oh, okay. Yes, so on July 24, 2023, VIGL received the official approval letter for our modification package. Within a few days, as required by our contract, we began submitting our building permit package for approval. We forwarded our civil and foundational submittals, which included underground utilities, excavation, roads, and foundations. These filings bring us another step closer to breaking ground, which will occur once we receive the necessary permits and licenses. As the Randall Dock James Racetrack developer and operator, VIGL is responsible for providing an industry standard and suitable facility and establishing a professional and sound operation in which horsemen and fans can safely support the sport. We remain focused on these goals and will continue efforts to meet them. We will work closely with the Racing Commission and the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association to deliver a product that will not only meet but hopefully surpass expectations. To that end, we are extremely proud of the connections we have with a number of mainland racing experts who are already working with us to meet our objectives. VIGL thanks the residents of St. Croix who continue to encourage and support us with this endeavor. We especially recognize the contributions of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association, horse racing enthusiasts, former horsemen, and past track employees who provided their suggestions over the past few months. We look forward to a successful and fruitful partnership with the St. Croix community. That's the extent of my testimony, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Senator, if I may, the connectivity is not the best where I'm at, so I might be going in and out. Okay, I'll try the best. I'll do the best I can.
All right, well, if you're on the island of St. Croix, where the legislature is?
I'm not on St. Croix, actually. I'm not on St. Croix.
Okay, noted. Right. Before we hear from the next testifier, which is going to be Southland Gaming, there is a short presentation that they asked to present to the committee. So I'd like the media division to please cue up that presentation at this time.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, everybody. My name is Shane Gaspard, Chief Operating Officer of Southland Gaming. I just want to show these visuals for you today. This is a hyperlapse drone shot of what we have up standing. These are the grandstands that are at 100% construction complete. This video will go around to the back and also show you, this is what you see from the south side. I'll go to the back, what you can see when passing through Bavoni by the road. And I think this is really important because when you pass by the road, you see some vertical, you see something happening, but now you can also see it from the front. And this is the back. Currently, there's no boxes in there. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but you can see the grandeur of it. It is shining in the sun in Bavoni, and we're very proud of what we've done there. There'll be a couple more visuals coming up too. There we go from the west side. Okay, what you're looking at now is the seating, as we call it, some VIP seating areas, and you'll see there's blue and gray checkered. That's the colors that we went to. That complements the grandstands in the Caribbean, and those are about 400 plus seats right there. And you also saw the grandstands. This is looking from the southwest. This is very important. You can notice this right too. One of the comments we had, and one of the feedback we had is when the grandstands were there before, they were low and anybody standing in front of them really couldn't see what was going on the track, or there's people standing in front of them. Now we have raised the grandstands. They're above. Anybody stands at the track level, at the winner's circle level, people are sitting above them. The ADA people are sitting above them. This is a very powerful, are you going back? Okay, yeah. Just one more, I believe, is the next slide. Another one. Okay, up here, I'll stop right here. Up here is where we're gonna put the press boxes, the VIP boxes, the restrooms, and the judges' booths are gonna be up here. I think there's gonna be six areas booth where the walls, we have a couple of them where the walls can expand. We expand the area, and between, we've actually tweaked it a little bit. So between them, there'll be glass. You can see between them and the best view. And when I was speaking about how we raise the grandstands, we wanted to ensure that anybody sitting in the ADA compliant seats, every seat in that house is a good seat. And continue. This is one of the examples of the ADA. This is sitting on the very front row. And so on both sides of the grandstands, we have ramps for ADA. And ADA is very important I know ADA is important to very many people around here. Myself, I have a daughter who's severely disabled. It's in a wheelchair. So we pay close attention how we're gonna get this ADA and their viewing. Also at the top of the boxes, we have an elevator that goes up to the top. So we ADA compliance up there, so we can also view from up there. Thank you. And I believe that last slide was, you can go back one more last slide, the very last slide, that slide. That's a groundbreaking on April 11th, 2023. Yesterday, that photograph was taken on August 24th, 2023, and that photograph speaks for itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaspard, for that presentation. And at this time, I would like you to please proceed with your testimony.
Sure, absolutely.
Sorry to be so sudden, but just sip.
No, you're good.
Just drink a little bit of water first and catch yourself.
Yeah, you're good. Good morning, Senator Boquist, Chairman of the Committee of Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. Thank you for the invitation to members of the Senate, to members of the Senate Committee, to the Virgin Islands Racing Commission members, to the press, to the testifiers, and the viewing audience. Southland Gaming is proud to be here today. My name is Shane Gaspard. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Southland Gaming, and I've resided and worked in this Virgin Islands community for over 2 decades. And over the years, I've visited the Clinton E. Phipps track. I've been to the Randall Dock track. I've been to the track in Tortola. I shared many moments in those stands with my friends. I attended the Governor's Cups, and I experienced the thrill of being in the winner's circle, holding Southland Gaming sponsored checks for purses. And in an effort to provide you with a project update, this testimony will cover our current efforts surrounding groundbreaking, grandstand construction, on-site inspections, design, and planning. And on the project's general progress, the next thing is going to be our development team's report. And it is the following. Number one, the approved permits. The major CZM permit, the extension and the extension and transfer was approved during the February 9th, 2023. The modification was approved during the February meeting on February 2023 on the 23rd. The building permit, the grandstands, the new cistern, the retaining wall, ramps, and elevators were all approved and released on March 13th, 2023. The groundbreaking event that many senators and governor and lieutenant governor and staff attended, thank you for attending, the ones that came out, was April 11th, 2023. That was a picture of the photograph you saw previously. Also, I'd like to cover the design and construction drawings. The civil infrastructure is 100% complete, approved, and permitted. The grandstand structure, 100% complete, approved, and permitted. The grandstand accessory buildings and VIP suites, those are 90% completed and currently in the internal design review of our team. The barns structures, the new building, are 90% complete, currently in internal design team review. And the renderings are currently being updated to reflect the colors and the tweaks that we have made. Remember, I'd like to cover the construction progress now. The primary construction area and the laydown yard is 100% complete. And that includes the initial clearing, the grading, stormwater erosion control measures being properly completed and as per the approved civil construction plans. 5,000 tons plus tons of gravel and asphalt millings have been installed on site to ensure the required laydown and required construction area for the grandstands was prepared and ready for erection. We also installed a construction office, and on-site security cameras, fencing, and we have security personnel on site. I'd like to cover the grandstand structure, the new cistern, the retaining walls, the slab, and the main sidewalk. Now that construction is complete on the main structure itself, along with the design team, engineers, inspectors, and the manufacturers are all currently working on the grandstand structure's final inspection, punch list, and certifications. And I'll say that again. That's what we're doing right now. We're going through the final inspections, punch list, and certifications, which include the final inspections on the materials and the installation of 650,000 pounds of steel and aluminum, 150,000 plus bolts of screws and rivets, 700 cubic yards of structural concrete, 2,000 plus cubic yards of structural fill dirt, 2,428 seating capacity plus standing capacity or VIP suites and judges booth capacity, which includes 1,952 bench seats, 456 flip-up venue chairs, as I showed you on those photographs earlier. There's been 20 ADA wheelchair accessible spaces just on the front row, which we're very proud of, and also ADA ramps on the side. 2,000 linear feet of fencing and handrail system. 2 ADA accessible ramps, as I spoke about, on each side of the grandstands. 4 standard staircases, 2 vomitories for multiple ingresses and egresses on location on and off the grandstands. 98,000 gallon capacity new concrete cistern under the grandstands. The front of the grandstands access and viewing sidewalk and new winner's circle. The future construction sequence of all remaining civil and vertical construction I'd like to speak about. Southland Gaming and its design team, inspectors, contractors, and in the process of certifying and closing out phase 1. And phase 1 is the grandstand structure in order to properly begin phase 2 of the project. We have to close out that structure with its inspections and before you properly and safely move to the phase 2. Phase 2 of the project is expected to begin in September 2023, right around the corner. And with the grandstands accessory buildings, VIP suites, and continued on-site civil work. And in closing, I'd like to say Southland Gaming is dedicated to finishing this project according to the schedule, revitalizing horse racing in the Virgin Islands. To the horse racing fraternity, includes the owners, the trainers, the jockeys who have breathed life back into this cultural sport. Southland Gaming takes pride in the headway that we have achieved at the Clinton E. Phipps racetrack. And we're excited to offer you the future platform to showcase your talents. We had a groundbreaking on April 11th, 2023. And as of today, August 25th, 2023, 4 months later, the grandstands are standing. And I invite you to stand on them with me. Southland Gaming is getting the job done for the greater Virgin Islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shane Gaspard, for your testimony. I would like to now recognize the chairman of the Horse Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission, Hugo Hodge Jr., for his testimony.
Good morning. Me first start by stating that it was not clear to me that you wanted two different testimonies or you were having two different blocks to handle today's agenda. I have one testimony with both items intertwined. So let me know what you want me to do. Read into the record or continue or whatever.
Okay. I just don't want us to misconstrue the purpose of this block. I thought it was properly relayed by the staff as to the purpose
I
of.
didn't say anything in the invitation about blocks, but the invitation mentioned two issues. It didn't mention separate blocks, but let me know. I mean, I can read the same one twice if you like.
Could you read the sections that speak to this block and dialogue in between?
I don't have that kind of testimony with all due respect, but I'll try. No problem.
I appreciate your flexibility, Chairman Hodge, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Please proceed.
Good day, Honorable Angel L. Bocas, Jr., Chairman of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Culture, Sports, Parks, Aging, and Youth. Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Vice Chairman, members of the Committee on Culture, Sports, Parks, Aging, and Youth, Honorable Nobel E. Francis, Honorable Samuel Carrion, Honorable Alma Francis Heiliger, Honorable Franklin D. Johnson, and Honorable Milton E. Potter. Good day to the other members of the 35th Legislature present, testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Hugo Vincent Hodge Jr., and I continue to be humbled by the opportunity to serve the Virgin Islands as a member of the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission. Honorable Senators, on the Committee on Culture, Sports, Parks, Aging, and Youth, I was asked to provide testimony providing input on the current state and progress of horse racing within our territory. Additionally, I've been asked to provide testimony on bills 35-0073 and 35-0083. The Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission last convened for a public meeting on June 8, 2023. In the hearing, an update was received from Southland Gaming VI, and a written update from VIGL was read into the record. It is my understanding that both entities have been invited to provide testimony, and both updates will be more current than the last received by the Commission. In addition to the updates, there was a discussion on correspondence received from the NADA Horse Owners and Trainers Association seeking permission to host exhibition races and other activities at the Clinton E. Phipps racetrack. It was determined at that meeting that while the Commission is in favor of interim racing, the request would have to be considered by the GVI as they are the owner of the track and the only entity that could give such permission.
Is that the end of the testimony, Chairman Hodge?
On this topic, yes. In the end, I mentioned that the Virgin Islands Horse Race Commission is functioning at the highest level and in the best interest of the industry for all stakeholders with absolutely no territorial issues. We stand ready to oversee the construction of both tracks, formalize rules and regulations, finalize the anti-doping program, provide training and certification, and license the requisite professionals at both tracks. The Commission remains available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hodge. Next, we would like to hear testimony from Mr. Elroy Bates, Jr., President of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. Please proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning, Committee on Youth, Aging, Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. I wrote testimony for Block 2, but I'll comment on Block 1. we, the members of Flamboyant Park Horseman Association, are fed up with VIGL. As Mr. Williams said, they got the CZM permits July 24, 2023. It took them about 2 weeks to turn in a rest permit, and August 9th is when they submitted the permits to DPNR. They submitted the permits, but did not pay for the permits to be reviewed and submitted. So now they had to, the permits them sat in a corner for a whole week until someone told them that they have to go pay for the permits. So they paid for the permits on August 18th. Senator, if you submitting permits to DPNR, you know you go pay for it, how are you gonna get done? But they are constantly playing around. They are constantly playing around. We fed up with them.
Who is they?
VIGL. Okay. VIGL. You know, you submitted permits and you didn't pay for the permits. You know how that'll work. But we hope they get the act together, like as General Manager Williams just said, they are hoping to do groundbreaking in the near future. So we're waiting on that. We're waiting on that. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. And I see that you have two other individuals here in the chambers with you. Could you please let us know who they are, or if they can put their name on the record, please?
Okay, I have Marcus Knight, my Vice President, and Dennis Lynch, the second, my Treasurer.
Okay. And they are here also for this block or block 2?
For both.
Both blocks?
Both, yeah. We are affected by both of them, so yeah.
Okay. Okay, very well. Thank you for placing that on the record. Next, we have Robert E. Oh, no, he's not here. I apologize. Clinton Hendrington, President of the St. Thomas Horsemen Association. You're recognized for your testimony. Okay. And I know that the Commissioner of Sports, Parks and Recreation is on the line. Just for clarity purposes, I asked the Commissioner to be here, not specifically to provide any testimony, but because of the dynamics of the situation concerning the specific track in question on the island of St. Thomas, I thought that it would be good for him to provide input as Commissioner concerning the dialogue here today. So, Commissioner, if you would be able to provide a bit of verbatim for us. I know that it's not written testimony, but again, I asked for him to be here. Commissioner, you're now recognized.
Good morning, Senator and listening audience. As you stated, I'm here in both roles as the Commissioner for the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, and also as the ex officio member on the Territorial Horse Racing Commission. I think I would just reserve my time to answer any questions any of the senators have, as opposed to my position and where the department stands as far as both tracks and both the promoter VIGL and the agreement that the government of the Virgin Islands have with Southland Agreement.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now, it seems as if we went through all of the testifiers. I will say that Ms. Betty Wilson, a former member of the USVI Horse Racing Commission, we had asked for her to come in and provide testimony, but she is not in the best of health today, so she asked to be excused. But we appreciate her efforts and the information that she has relayed to our office. I just wanted to put that on the record as well. We're going to begin with a 5-minute round of questions, senators. But before I do that, I would like to ask VIGL, Mr. Williams, concerning this CZM permits. Now that you have submitted the permit, what is the plan moving forward? Mr. Williams of VIGL.
Senator, while we're waiting for Mr. Williams to get online, I can give you an update that just this week, VIGL, the Department of Property and Procurement, and myself, Sports Park and Recreation, executed a new, well, let me not say executed because it's not been signed by all parties yet. It's been signed by VIGL and myself. It will then go up to Property and Procurement today. But an amendment to the 2016 temporary license agreement. Obviously, we had to take out St. Thomas from that agreement, but that should be fully executed. Like I said, I have already signed it yesterday. It'll be sent up to Property and Procurement. Should be executed by next week.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I know you're not the one to answer the question specifically, but I am sure that my colleagues share the same sentiment that I'm about to say. Why has it taken this long? You know, this has been quite some time that we've been waiting for this permit, and until Mr. Williams gets on the line, then we need to know the answer to that question. Okay, while Mr. Williams is trying to log back on, we'll proceed with Senator Marvin Blyden. Well, hold on. I apologize. I think I need to go on a recess. I think that's the most appropriate thing to do. So the Committee on Culture, Youth, Sports, Parks, and Aging is hereby going on a recess. I don't know. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is now hereby back on the record. I believe we have Mr. Williams on the line. Mr. Williams?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good. We were interested to know about the permit that was recently acquired. We want to know, now that you have the permit, what is the plan moving forward for VIGL?
Well, we do have the CZM permit, as I mentioned in the testimony, the modification package that was approved. What we submitted to DPNR recently, I think Mr. Bates were referring to that, was the civil and foundational plans. That's what was submitted to DPNR. That's where, I don't know, there was some miscommunication or what have you. And as soon as the matter was brought to light with respect to the payment of the fees, we took care of it right away. But that the structural, basically, or the civil and the foundational, which include excavation and underground utilities and what have you, that is currently what's at DPNR right now.
Okay, so I'm assuming there are next steps in the developmental process concerning timelines and anticipation of a groundbreaking. What,
yeah.
Does VIGL have a solid date on when we could try to expect or a groundbreaking
Senator,
for St. Croix?
I hope this will happen sooner rather than later. Of course, I cannot give you a date. I don't know when DPNR will review and approve the civil and the foundational package that we submitted. But as soon as that is done, and again, all the pertinent permits and licenses are in place, we're ready to go. So until that happens, though, I couldn't really give you a date. But we have in our circle, certainly we have begun looking at and started planning, for that time to get the groundbreaking going. So hopefully it'll happen soon.
I would have preferred to hear a solid date, Mr. Williams.
Yes, well, I don't control DPNR, so I don't know when that package will be approved.
All right, so I'd like to shift gears over to the association. Mr. Bates, sir, how many horsemen are in the association? That your current association?
Morning, Elroy Bates, President Flamboyant Park Horseman Association. Senator, that number rough, because I think the last time we was licensed was about 2016. 2016, 2015, somewhere around there. So that number is very rough. Maybe I would say over 100 and, I would say about 125. Let me just use that number.
Okay, and if I might ask, because I'm not aware, how many other associations exist on the island of St. Croix? Does anyone know?
None.
None, just this association?
Yeah.
For the record?
Yes.
Very well. Before I go to Senator Blyden, I got a phone call. You may know who this individual is, my uncle, Wilfredo Dengue Bolkes, a horse trainer since the 80s. And, he was fed up. He's quiet, but he fed up, And so I totally understand, what you all go through trying to deal with your horses and the trainers. And this has taken too long. It has really taken too long. But, we understand on the other side that there is a process with DPNR, but, we've all got to come together and work together and try to resolve this issue. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, testifiers, and thank you for your testimonies. I must say, in respect to the testimony that I've heard thus far, I need to ask some probing question in respect to the timeline for completion, phase 1, and phase 2 of this project? I know we have seen the pictures, which are, to be honest with you, they're lovely pictures in respect to the stand, you know, or the area for ADA compliance. And my question is to you, Mr. Gasper. Good morning to you. Let me ask in respect to the progress thus far. I am happy to see how fast, you know, you have done. The project is moving fast. But my question is, phase 2, does phase 2 include the building and the area that the equipment is going to be in terms of machine, the machines? Can you talk a little about that, please? Because I have not seen anything in respect to that, and I know that's a big part of the main part of your operation, to be honest with you. So can you speak to that? Is it in phase 1, in phase 2? And in terms of, I'm hearing timelines, yes, of course, you would not know how fast DPNR works, but you must have an idea of some type of timeline temporarily. So can you speak to that, please?
Good morning, Senator. Thank you for your question. Yeah, so phase 1 is complete. The phase 1 was the construction phase of the grandstands themselves. It's 100% construction. And so what the part of that's
can you slow down a little? You're talking a little too fast. Take your time for me, please.
Yeah, sure. Phase one, the construction part of the grandstands is complete. So, and they were going through currently, as I said in my open statement, we're going through the inspections and the certifications of the grandstands. Phase 2 would be and not only the VIP suites and the VIP suites under the grandstands, it would be the structures under the grandstands, such as the concessions, the bedding area, the gaming center. There's 2 concession areas, the restrooms, and some offices. And the reason why that part is phase 2 that we're going to is until that's done, the full use of the grandstands can't be completed. So we wanted to make sure we have the grandstands complete where we can have horse racing, interim racing as soon as possible. And what I mean by that is the structure itself, it's done. The grandstands are done. Once we complete that, we can go to, that's the biggest part of this project. And once we complete that, we can have interim racing on the part of the area that's not under construction.
Let me ask you.
Does that make sense to you?
Let me ask you in respect to phase 2.
Yes.
How many concessions do you anticipate having on the track?
There'll be 2 concession areas, as I've seen in the plans, sir.
2 areas. And how many machines slated for the track?
Gaming center, I believe I saw the last was like 75 machines with a full service bar.
Okay, very well. And what is the total cost of this investment?
The total cost of the investment of what particular part? Phase 2?
Phase 1.
Okay, so we've already spent millions of dollars on phase 1. But I would say the total cost so far is upwards by, and we just finished the grandstands. This is just the phase 1 part of the grandstands. About $5 million is what we spent so far.
$5 million phase 1 and phase 2. Approximately how much?
Senator, I don't know. I think just the machines themselves will be close to $1 million investment there. But I haven't seen the projection of the cost of phase 2.
Okay, very well. And let me ask you this final question. So phase 1 is 100% completed, and phase 2, you anticipate, based on your estimation, forget DPNR, based on your estimation, what the time limit in terms of what you would expect to see the completion of this development?
You know,
your expectation.
My expectations, yeah. Yes. I want to be mindful that we have 42 months to complete this, and we are extremely ahead. We're crushing our timelines. But phase 1 and phase 2, we hope to be completed by Carnival 2023.
Wow.
2024, I'm sorry.
30
Carnival
seconds.
2024.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so Carnival 2024.
I'm going backwards in time. 2024. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much for your responses. in respect to the flamboyant horsemen associations, I know you spoke to your disappointment basically in terms of not having your documents submitted expeditiously, and hopefully moving forward everything runs smoothly, because I understand and know the importance of horse racing in territory, and I know the importance of you guys really getting back on the saddle and doing what needs to be done to move the sport forward. So I want to thank you again for your testimonies and thank you for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Vice President Blyden, for your round of questions. And Mr. Gaspard, I wanted to ask, what is the wind rating, hurricane wind rating for those stands that you've built?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. It's a minimum of 175-mile-an-hour winds.
Minimum?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I also like the fact that you've taken into consideration spaces for the elderly and disabled to accommodate even wheelchairs and lawn chairs, ADA compliance, which is very thoughtful. With the labor, how is the labor sourced?
We have sourced as much local labor as we can, and also during the construction of the grandstands themselves, we had to bring in a crew that came in with the grandstands because of warranty issues, and we also use some JPK also uses local labor, so we've hired every bit of local labor that we can when possible.
Very good. Okay, thank you for that. Next, we have Senator Milton E. Potter. You are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Special good morning to the testifiers here before us today, the individuals from the horse racing industry. Just the last, I guess, 20 minutes of this hearing, it's like hearing a tale of two cities. You're hearing enthusiasm and optimism with regards to where horse racing is going on St. Thomas. And you're hearing frustration as to the slow pace of progress here in the district of St. Croix. And I would definitely like to see the enthusiasm equalized. I wanted to say, Mr. Gaspard, I definitely was impressed with what I saw on St. Thomas. Although I live over there, I kind of seldom navigate my way, at least over the last couple of months, in the NADA area. So I was very impressed when I saw the bandstand being completed and just the general progress in the area. I wanted to ask you, though, and I don't know if the question would be for you, Mr. Gaspard, or for Chairman Hodge, regarding just the overall size of the track, our track. Just, I'm no horse racing expert. Is there a standard sort of certifiable national standards when it comes to the size of a track, of a horse racing track? Are there like national certification guidelines that a track should meet in order to, I guess, be officially sanctioned by national horse racing entities?
Senator Potter, I would defer that to Chairman Hugo Hodge.
They're different. Good afternoon. Sorry, good morning, Hugo Hodge, Chairman, Horse Race Commission. I don't think that there's a definitive number or size that you're looking for. There are different size tracks.
Okay.
There are different size tracks that can be official tracks. There's preferred distances and preferred sizes, but you have to work with the space you have to work with, and you don't have any space to expand that track from where it is right now.
Absolutely. So there's no standard size based on what I guess necessity is the mother of invention. Based on where we are and the limitation in size, we utilize the space that we have. What's the size of our track at NADA?
as far as you want to know what one lap is what you're asking?
Yeah, yes. Like how many furlongs?
I want to believe our day is just shy of 6 furlongs. I ain't quite sure right now.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your response. With regards to the identifying a promoter for the track, where are we, as far as identifying a permanent promoter? I know we're ways away from the project being completed, but where are we in that regard?
Albert White, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation. Senator, I think it would be unfair to seek any promoter of the Clinton Phipps Tracks racetrack right now without a finished project. I don't know any promoter that would want to throw their hand or throw their hat in the ring, not knowing what the complete finished product is. I think once we have a complete and finished track, that is going to lure a number of individuals who are interested in being the promoter. But I think of what we have currently, we don't have a solid promoter in the light to run the track.
Absolutely. I know you don't have a promoter as yet, but I was just kind of interested in knowing how that conversation looks. Is it after the fact, after the track is totally completed, then you go out and actively pursue promoters? Or is it something where you provide them with the renderings and anticipated completion date of the project and the scope of the project? Is that a strategy?
I think what we probably would see happen is a RFP go out through the Department of Property and Procurement to potential promoters for them to send in whether it's bids or documents on what they would like to see or how they would like to run the facility as a promoter. All of those potential promoters would then be reviewed, obviously by myself, the Horse Racing Commission, the government, the GVI, Property and Procurement.
Time.
And then one would be selected so that it's a fair process.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair, just one final question. I wanted to ask Mr. Bates, and I saw and I felt your frustration this morning because I know you are a diehard horse racing person. You've been in this business for quite a while. What role has your organization played with respect to VIGL and getting this, getting things moving here on St. Croix? What sort of role or interaction and communication have you had or have you been having? Is there a regular communication with the VIGL folks who are the individuals behind, who are driving this whole project on St. Croix?
Elroy Bates Jr., Flamboyant Park, Hassman Association. Senator, we don't meet much with VIGL. If there's a problem, then they will come. For years now, we constantly telling VIGL, we know people. The islands are small. We could help you get things done. They don't come to us. It's when they get in a jam, we don't hear about it, and then, get things moving. They don't come to us. Everything is a secret. Everything is a secret with they. They don't come to us.
That's very unfortunate. I think working together really would make a huge difference in terms of just the whole pace of pace of the project. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I won't abuse my time. Thanks for your generosity.
Thank you, Senator Potter. And before I go to Senator Johnson's point of information, I think it's important that, we ask VIGL, how do they plan to collaborate with the Racing Commission and the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association to ensure that there is some cohesiveness or a sustainable facility for the true stakeholders of this industry, the horsemen. So, Mr. Williams, could you provide some insight on that before we go to Senator Johnson's point of information?
Jason Williams, General Manager, VIGL Operations. Senator, the stage we're at right now, of course, which is the submittals. At this point, the communication. I heard Mr. Bates now talking about communication with them. At this stage, that's kind of really where we are with plan submittal. I'm not sure what the communication would have with the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association at this point. I don't see how that plays into, our plan submittal to DPNR and going through all that process. We did meet with them when we completed the package for CZM. We did meet with them and we spoke with them and got their input on that. As they know, we were at the meeting, the initial meeting with CZM. They made some suggestions. They had some comments, very strong comments about certain aspects of it, and we went back and we kept an open meeting again and took their most of what they wanted. We took that into consideration and revised our package. But and then ultimately we got it approved through CZM. But in terms of right now, I don't know what that would be at this stage in terms of meeting with the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association at this stage. Once we get the approval and things start moving and we start developing, then I will expect we'll have dialogue with them on a fairly consistent basis. But at this point, I think more so it's just the plan submittal and DPNR going through that process.
That is a very important discussion for you to have, because if they don't show up, there's no industry. Before we proceed, I want to recognize the presence of the Honorable Diane Capehart, non-committee member. Thank you so much for being here with us. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Point of inquiry, please. Information, whichever one. I was just trying to follow up on a question that my colleague asked in regards to the track in St. Thomas to the commission, Mr. Hugo Hodge. And I have some gentlemen here that I think will give a little more enlightenment information, because I heard Mr. Hodge say 6 furlong, and I've been around horse racing a little bit. And I know St. Croix was a 7. I know St. Thomas was a 5. But I know horse expert. So I want Mr. Bates or Mr. Knight to tell me the size of St. Thomas track based on your knowledge, and if that track meets regulation to be able to simulcast race. Whichever one of you want to take that question.
Morning, Marcus Knight, Vice President of Flamboyant Park Horseman Association. To my knowledge, when VIGL was in charge, St. Thomas track was just short of 5 furlong. So it was like 4 3/4. It was just short of 5 furlong. That's why they was trying to get a mangrove move to try and extend it out to make it 5 furlong. So it was just short of 5 furlong. And the second question, to my knowledge, to be a recognized racetrack, I think is 6 furlong you have to be.
Can you simulcast on a track that's not a full 5 furlong? Because we're talking about furlong and we're talking about time. In order to have accurate time, you need to be a complete furlong in all your distance that you're running. So is it eligible for, would it be eligible to do simulcasting across the mainland where wages are going to be cast on that track in St. Thomas?
No, it will not be able to.
Point of information, Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I saw that Mr. Andrew DeBeek was an invited guest or an invited testifier for today's hearing. Any indication as to why he's not here, or any correspondence sent, or any communication with your office in respect to him not being here today?
No. Mr. Shane Gaspard of Southland Gaming, could you please answer the senator's question?
No. Mr. Andrew DeBeek, who's representing the VIGL Operations LLC. He's the
Oh, I
managing partner.
apologize. Mr. Williams, could you answer Senator Francis's point of information?
Yeah, Jason Williams, VIGL. I sent an email after receiving the invitation to testify by email. I believe, Senator Bolkes, I sent an email to your staff indicating that I would be representing VIGL and that Mr. Dubuque is not available. He's actually on vacation.
Yeah, before I go to Senator Francis Heileger, with the discussion concerning the length of the track, I know that VIGL has downgraded the grandstands to a third of what was originally proposed. Were there any downgrades on the length of the track on St. Croix?
Senator, that question is for me, Jason Williams. Here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, in fact, in St. Croix, we actually extended the track. It was a 7 furlong, and we've already did the base work, extending it out to a mile. And for the record, I think Senator Franklin Johnson mentioned it, and Mr. Knight, testifying on behalf of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association, did mention that at one point, of course, VIGL was the custodian of the racetrack in St. Thomas a couple of years ago. And I can say that we actually field measured the track at that point, and it's 119 feet short of a 5 furlong track.
Okay, thank you. Senator Alma Francis Heileger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the people of this territory. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming. When it comes to horse racing in the territory, as we know, this is a very, very interesting conversation we've been having over the years since, unfortunate, the closing of these tracks. First, I want to say that I did attend the groundbreaking here on the island of St. Thomas for the Clinton E. Phipps racetrack. And I would say from passing in that area and watching the progress, I have been thoroughly impressed with the timeline as to how quickly that's moving along. But I could sit here and also say, also as a representative from the island of St. Croix, I am very disappointed as to the lack of progress when it comes to the racetrack in St. Croix. I remember we were here when we were trying to ratify the specific contract with Southland, and the members of Flamboyant did come and share their thought process because they were of the mindset at the time that we already have our contract with VIGL and they were hopefully going to be moving forward. And here we are, and still it seems like we're going in a circle and not heading in any direction. So I want to ask Mr. Bates from Flamboyant, do you feel that with how the progress or lack thereof, or how the process is going with the racetrack in St. John, do you feel that this is of utmost urgency for them as we see a comparison as to how the project in St. Thomas is moving versus the one in St. Croix?
Elroy Bates Jr., President, Flamboyant Park Horseman Association. Senator, I don't think there's a sense of urgency. That's a business they're opening, and it's a money-making business. You know, they're taking the monies from the retirees, everybody, and they are stalling with opening it. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe you need to ask Mr. Williams that.
Well, Mr. Williams, what are some of the difficulties that you guys seem to be facing in seeing any type of progress when it comes to this particular project? Because unfortunately, there seems to be a huge disparity because St. Croix was already ahead of the game. Their contract was done years in advance. There was a bifurcation of the two districts, but we're seeing that the project over here is moving much faster than the one in St. Croix, and we're putting our horsemen at a disadvantage from my perspective. And I would really like to know from an honest point of view what's really happening.
And Jason Williams, VIGL. Senator, it's unfortunate that it's taken this length of time to move things ahead. I think it's a combination of, once the bifurcation happened and we entered into some negotiations with the government to revise the original franchise agreement. That took some time. If you recall, I think I came to the Senate on a couple of occasions and was being asked often about, well, what was going on and what's happening and why things are moving or not moving as quickly. And I indicated at the time that, it's a negotiation. And unfortunately, we went back and forth with the government and it just simply took some time for all of that to happen. We signed the Second Amendment last year. I think it was sometime in October or November of last year. One of the things that we got to keep in mind is that 2 years ago, VIG had a change in leadership. And so new leadership saw and had been seeing things now a little differently than the old leadership did. And so we had to renegotiate again with the government. That's what I'm talking about in terms of the once the bifurcation happened. And it just simply took a little time for all of that to work itself through. And now,
1 minute.
Now, of course, we're in a plan submittal process.
Okay. Well, what I will say is that, while y'all were having y'all changes, the people were still being disenfranchised because I really have taken this a lot to heart because I genuinely would like to see this track to be on par and hitting some timeline so people could have an idea as to when it's going to come to fruition. Because the constant discussions of, we don't know, we're changing, we turned this in, we forgot to make this payment, it's starting to sound a little bit ludicrous from a perspective of an individual really trying to hear exactly what's going to happen. I also wanted to make a note with the Commissioner of Sports, Parks, and Rec. When he said that, it would be more prudent to wait until the project is finished to deal with promoters. I am not of the same opinion because a lot of times when it comes to projects such as these, you have seen where projects are going up and just going out for bid and people coming on board. They're already bidding for concession space. They're already bidding for just based on designs and rendering. I think it'd be a little bit more prudent for us when it's coming down to the end of the timeline that we already put this out. So by the time of completion, a promoter is already in place as opposed to potentially then going out after the fact and have to wait maybe a couple of months to get through that RFP process again. So that was just my thought process. I kind of don't see it the same way. Did I hear time? I want to make sure.
Yes, Senator.
Yes, you did.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, okay, I just want to wrap up and say, thank you very much for this time. And I really appreciate the work that I have been seeing on the Clinton E-Fix track. And I really want to see some major movement when it comes to the Randall Dock racetrack. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. And I wanted to ask Mr. Williams, do you currently have a contractor on the racetrack here in St. Croix?
Yes, that is correct. We have a contractor of record, yes.
Okay, and the contractor's name, business name?
11 Construction.
11 Construction?
Correct.
Okay, and how long has that contractor been on the racetrack?
The initial mobilization, I believe, occurred maybe
Approximately.
in April, maybe. I don't have the.
You need to.
I'm thinking
you
it
need to
was around
provide-
April or so of this year.
General Manager Williams, I apologize, but I'm going to get a little stern here with you. As the General Manager, I'm assuming that you should know these things. You know, and to the Senate President's point earlier, we don't have the CFO here. I said I was going to leave it alone. You know, we need to understand what is happening. We have the horsemen of St. Croix taking a beating when it comes to their livelihood in this sport and this industry. We need to get it together. We need to get it together. Senator Frankie Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I swear because I get called all names except my name, and it is Senator Franklin Johnson. Thank you very much. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I feel the cry of the St. Croix Horseman Association and the enthusiastic people who want to see horse racing. And this has been really taking a while. And what I want to ask Mr. Jason Williams, I understand you finally sent in your permit. What prevent you guys from fixing the barn? What prevent you from starting work, at least on the barns, so that by the time you do start your next set of work, the barns will already be completed?
Senator, I think, not I think, but it's been made clear throughout this entire process to the Horsemen Association, and certainly when we met with them, and Mr. Dubuque was at that meeting. And also when we met at...
I don't want you to kill my time with a long answer.
Okay.
What prevent you from fixing the barns?
Basically, the leadership feels like we and has said that with the first thing he's going to do on the racetrack is build a racino. That's where the focus is, because that's going to be the vehicle to drive revenues, and so that's going to be the first thing that he works on, that we work on.
So your racino is more important than the horse racing?
I wouldn't say that the racino is more important.
You just said that to me. You just said that to me. In so much words, that's what you just said to me. Because the horses are there, down there, and I remember one time all the guys was asked to move their horses out because all of this work was going to be done. And I haven't been there, so but have any work been done on the stable since you asked them to move the horses out?
No work has been done on the stable.
All right, thank you. I ain't going to kill too much time here because I got some other questions I really want to ask the other testifiers. Mr. Shane Gasper, I saw you speaking about your second phase. As we speak right now, you have no work going on the Clinton Phibbs track. Is it correct to say that? Mr. Chair, my time going.
Please hold
to Mr. Shane
Johnson's
Gasper.
time.
Oh, yes. Hello. Good. Hello, Senator Franklin Johnson. That's incorrect. You may not, I'm not sure where that question is coming from, because in my testimony earlier, we have inspections and certifications going on the track right now. With any building project, you build a footing to the house, you stop and you inspect it. So this is part of the construction sequence. Is we build the grandstands, which we have done, 100% complete construction, and now we are in the sequence of inspecting and certifying that.
All right, now, based on the drawing you show me, where would you be putting your VLT machine? Did you say it's going to be under the bleachers?
So there's going to be a structure that's going to be up against the bleachers, like under. It's going to come over just slightly, but yes, that is where the structure will be. Not only that, will also be the concessions, the office, the bathrooms, and a bedding area.
So you all of your plans and drawing has been submitted. Is it fair to say that?
It has been at this time, yes.
So do you have a copy of that drawing to show us what it would look like putting those gaming machine underneath the bleachers?
So the structure itself, you can go to sgvi.com/racetrack. We've been very transparent in how we're moving forward. We make presentations on this, and it is there.
So at this time, even if we take a break, you can put it up for us so I'll see what it's going to look like with that second phase when it comes to the gaming area?
With the gaming machines actually in the structure themselves?
No. Where the games are going to be, where your VLT are going to be held.
I don't have the ability to do that right now, so no.
Okay.
But it has been presented and you can see it.
Say that again?
It has been presented and you can see it at sgvi.com/racetrack.
And
these are plans that we've been submitted previously.
Thank you very much. Now, based on your testimony, as you
and the
speak
renderings
right,
show them. I'm sorry.
As we speak right now, you don't have a promoter. And I think in your testimony or under the line of question, you said that once the track is complete is when you're going to be looking for a promoter?
No, that wasn't my testimony, sir.
What is your testimony on behalf of a promoter for the track?
That's not up to Southland Gaming to secure the promoter.
Southland Gaming just have the interest of building the track.
Southland Gaming is going to build a fantastic facility, a state-of-the-art facility, and turn the keys over to the government of the Virgin Islands.
So then let me go to Commissioner Calvert-White. Commissioner Calvert-White, why are we not trying to seek a promoter at this time? Because I can see progress on the track. Is it no doubt about that?
So as I stated, Senator, and the previous senator disagreed with my stance. I think when you're looking for someone to take over and manage the facility, that individual is going to want to know what all they are managing and taking over. As you know, currently, when VIGL separated, a parcel of that property, which is Sanchez Town, was sold. The government is reinterested in that property. So it may be where the government repurchases that property to add to the track. That hasn't happened yet. So at this point, I can say, and this is just me speaking, we don't know what the complete track is going to look like. What is going to be with the Sanchez Town, without the Sanchez Town. I think I would like to see, when I'm putting out an RFP to potential promoters, to give them a complete picture of what they're going to be promoting.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Well, the drawings should speak for itself. I mean, Mr. Sanchez was very clear on the drawings of the layout of the track, and I understand what you're saying on probably expansion. But if that expansion don't go through, because right now there's nothing in the pipeline for that expansion, but what is in the pipeline for sure is a complete drawing of a complete racetrack by Southland Gaming. So based on that, anyone could start looking and have interest. Have anybody reach out and say they have interest?
Yes, Senator. We have had two individuals. We had one of the horse racing entities that were interested in promoting temporary races. I don't know if they're interested in promoting long-term racing, but we did have someone reach out that was interested in temporary racing. We also had another organization that was interested in doing, so we had several people that was interested in doing temporary promoting. I have not been approached from anyone to do long-term promoting of the horse track.
You have any idea what temporary racing will be like? Like carnival race, don't run again till carnival again?
No, I think temporary would be anything before the track is completed. I think once the track is completed, any promoter would be permanent. Well, temporary would just be until we're finished building the track.
I'm going to wrap up here, and my position is we've been down from horse racing on both islands for quite some time. And I don't see why we want to start back up bush racing, because that's what temporary racing is going to be. Bush racing. We don't need that. We need to go professional, do it right, or don't do it. Let's be real about this. Let's not let people start playing games with us here. Horsemen on both islands have been waiting way too long for us to start talking about temporary racing. Temporary racing, we don't know when the next race is going to be. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And before we go to Senator Joseph, I wanted to ask, well, before I say that, I think that what we're seeing is the spirit of a public and private partnership, whereas we have a private entity helping the government of the Virgin Islands to build out a recreational facility. And as we continue to foster those type of relationships with the private sector, only the people of the Virgin Islands can benefit from that. I wanted to shift gears over to the chairman of the commission, Mr. Hodge, concerning if you could share with us, you mentioned that there was a June 8, 2023 meeting and you received updates from both VIGL and Southland Gaming, and if you would be able to provide some information on that to the committee, on the updates that were received.
Hugo Hodge, Chairman, Horse Race Commission. I would have to pull up the written report that was received by VIGL. You'd have to give me a second to do that. The report that was received from Southland Gaming was their report. They showed pictures. It was not as advanced as where they are right now because they've made progress since then. But it was just an earlier version of where they are today, as of June, where they were with the construction. The VIGL did not come to the meeting. They sent in a report, and I do have that written report. You want to, I can read it into the record if that's what you want.
If you're willing and able to do so, I would appreciate that.
Stand by.
Okay, while Mr. Hodge gets that information.
Right there.
Very well.
All right, the report from VIGL dated June 7, 2023. Good afternoon, Chairman Hodge, VI Racing Commission members, and all present. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update on the status of the Randall Doc James racetrack and the project on St. Croix. Since the last Racing Commission meeting, VIGL submitted the Coastal Zone Management Modification Package to DPNR for review and approval on or around April 10, 2023. Subsequently, and because the Department of Planning and Natural Resources classified the project as a major permit application, the package was forwarded to the St. Croix CZM committee for approval as required. The committee held a public meeting on Thursday, May 18th. At the meeting, VIGL and our representatives made a detailed presentation outlining the features of the proposed project. Attendees included all CZM committee members, DPNR, CZM staff, and residents, including several members of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. Several concerns were raised in response to our presentation: the seating capacity of the grandstand, the need for additional barns, the location of the quarantine barn, and the current shoreline erosion which is occurring adjacent to the site were all questioned. While these concerns were voiced, to date, VIGL has not received any correspondence from CZM staff or the committee requiring us to change any aspect of the planned project. However, we met internally, reviewed notes from all our design development meetings, and we are considering some changes that will likely garner positive response by the parties mentioned. We are currently awaiting notification from CZM on the decision meeting date. At that meeting, we will present any aforementioned changes to the committee. Hopefully, we will achieve a favorable outcome, allowing us to move ahead. At this point, work is suspended pending receipt of the CZM permit. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update. If you have any questions, feel free to email or call me.
Thank you, Chairman Hodge Jr. for that. And we'll follow up after the questions by Senator Joseph, because I don't want to have her holding her up. She did have a point of information before, so I'll grant her that, and then she'll proceed into a line of questioning. So hold her time after the point of information. Senator, please proceed.
A pleasant good day. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your understanding. A pleasant good day to everyone. My point of information was to inquire relative to the attendance of Mr. Clinton Hendrington, who is the president of the St. Thomas Horsemen Association. I know you have the counterpart for St. Croix in St. Croix conference room right now, in the legislative conference room. So if you could share with us your efforts to get the St. Thomas Horsemen Association president here today at this meeting.
Really quickly, Senator, my office reached out to the president of that association by email, text, and voice calls, and we were not able to reach him. Okay, so please proceed.
He was unresponsive. Thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure that we are clear that we do put forward the efforts, and it is not proper to be unresponsive to any senator when they are making inquiries for you to come and testify, especially in a vital role that you play as a head of an association. So I do have issues with that, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to go straight into my questioning with Mr. Shane Gaspard. One of the things I do just as a matter of my modus operandi is I go and I monitor things that I have voted on, and especially when they were contentious. Act number 8577, which was bill number 34-0224, was a very contentious piece of legislation here in the 34th legislature, and I voted in favor of it, which granted Southland Gaming the authority to go ahead and construct the various bleachers and refurbish or reconstruct the stables, and we had a really good rendering from them. I did go out on the facility last week. I don't know if I went during the lunchtime, but I'm pleased because I didn't see anybody there doing any construction. So it may have been their lunchtime, but I am glad to hear that they are, and there is some movement. So my question would be, Mr. Gaspard, when the second phase, I didn't hear it or I may have missed it. When do you anticipate beginning the second phase of the construction at the Clinton Phipps racetrack?
Good afternoon, Senator. First off, thank you for being out at the track, and thank you for following through. And I really appreciate your comments. You were there at the groundbreaking, and I appreciate you following through it. Yes, as you notice, you may have went out there. We have people that are working 7 days a week on that track. Maybe the contractor was at lunch. Maybe he was inside the construction doing his spreadsheets on the inspections and certifications that we're having. Phase 2 of the project, we believe, should start on September 10th. I think we're going to lock down the property and begin it on September 10th, right after Labor Day. And I think this is going to be a really telling part of the project, the phase 2. And I think earlier I did say that phase 2 will also, we don't have to complete phase 2 before interim racing, but phase 2 will make the interim racing a lot better, and you'll be able to stay away from the construction part of it. We don't have to finish the phase 2 to begin the interim racing.
Yes, and I want to just full disclosure, I did have a conversation because I follow up with individuals with the president and CEO of Southland Gaming, and I understand there are conversation and discussions about having some type of interim racing, maybe potentially by Thanksgiving. So I don't know if that is still in play or not. Things shifts here in the Virgin Islands, but it would definitely be helpful because that's part of what we place in this piece of legislation, that we can have interim racing. Mr. Hodge, let's speak about temporary promoters or the commissioner. Has the Clinton Phipps racetrack ever had a permanent promoter? Mr. Chairman, my time is running.
I'm answering. Hugo Hodge, Chairman, Horse Race Commission, yes. There's been several iterations of promoters at the fact.
They have been
1 minute.
permanent. How many temporary promoters do you
I
have?
don't know what you're defining as permanent, but there have been different promoters at the track.
I could barely hear you. I'm sorry.
I don't know what you're defining as permanent, but there have been different promoters at the track.
There've been different promoters on the track. Go ahead.
Over the years.
Okay. Also, I wanted to ask, when we are looking just at the discussion with the racetrack and the promotion, and I'm glad we were able to clear up the confusion that Southland Gaming is not the promoter. They're doing the construction. Commissioner White, I tend to be in agreement with my female senator from St. Thomas, St. John District, because nothing precludes you from drafting up and start the movement to get those documents together relative to the promotion. Nothing precludes you. You can still have those conversations and start the groundwork in doing that. I really would have, Mr. Chairman, I believe I heard my time. I will conclude. I really want to see what is going to happen in St. Croix, because our Crucian brothers and sisters have been suffering a long time with VIGL and all the excuses and just the mamagayin, for lack of a better word, that they have endured and we have endured. So we want to see some action taking place in our St. Croix district for our brothers and sisters on the Big Island. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you, Senator Joseph, and I echo your sentiments. I do believe all of our colleagues as well. There is a resounding note for a commitment to follow through. Senator Samuel Kariong, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, almost afternoon, but still morning, to my colleagues, testifiers, and members of the viewing and listening audience. It's really, I'm trying to find a word to describe how I feel every time we have hearings on this topic and we see the status of St. Croix. Heart-wrenching maybe, I really don't know, because I know the Horsemen Association, the fans and everyone have been really suffering due to decision makings and issues and challenges that we've been having, especially for St. Croix territory. Now, I heard Commissioner White mentioned about a temporary license agreement and some amendments to what was established in 2016. If he could please for us elaborate a little bit what this entails and if this is in any fashion form a hold up to the process of what's happening on St. Croix. Commissioner White?
It's a long document and I wouldn't disclose what's in the temporary license agreement. I will say that it does not hold up what's happening on St. Croix. VIGL, once they receive their permits and given a notice to proceed, can go ahead and start building as planned. This temporary license agreement, like I said, was amended because the original license agreement had both tracks associated with VIGL. Clinton Phipps had to be removed. So there was only minor language and stuff removed from the license agreement, but it does not hold up VIGL from construction.
And when you say temporary license agreement, what does that entail? What's the time limit, the purpose for it being temporary, and so forth? Commissioner White?
Repeat it again, Senator.
You said it's a temporary license agreement. And so would like to know, why is it temporary? What does it entail? What's the time limitation on this?
As I stated, I signed a temporary license agreement this week. It will then be forwarded to the Commissioner of Property and Procurement. The temporary, I could tell you some of the stuff that's in the temporary license agreement. I have it here in my hand.
Does it have an expiration date, Senator? I mean, Commissioner. And if at some point there will be a permanent one that will be signed and executed.
I'm sure once VIGL gets all of their permits, there will be a fully license agreement. I think this is what gave them permission to be in existence on the Clinton Phipps racetrack. This agreement has been updated a number of times and signed as it expired. I think we was giving them license agreements for a year. But I think once everything has been finished constructed, the government of the Virgin Islands would execute something permanent.
Very well. Can that be submitted to this body through the chair?
1 minute.
Absolutely, it can. It's not a fully executed document. As I stated, Mr. Dubuque has already signed it. I signed it yesterday. We are waiting for the signature of the Commissioner of Property and Procurement.
Well, Mr. General Manager, Mr. Williams, good afternoon to you, sir. Can you please provide this body a timeline as to when you first submitted your application permit process with CSM? When was it approved? I would like to see what that looks like. What's the time frame thus far? Mr. Williams?
Senator, I kind of lost connectivity for a few minutes, but can you repeat your question?
Yeah, if you could paint for us a timeline as when the first documents were submitted to DPNR for approval, when were they approved, the other documents that you said that permits that you submitted that you're still waiting on, so we could have an idea what that timeline looks like.
Currently the foundational and civil plans, those were submitted to DPNR on or around, I think, August 9th or 10th. And that's what we're waiting on right now for approval. The CZM package was submitted, the modification package was submitted, I believe, in April or May. And then, of course, the scheduled hearing took place in early June. I don't have the exact dates.
Early June. And that modification was approved, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I think my time has been called. Mr. Chair, thank you. I'll wait for maybe another round to continue asking some further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. I want to ask President Bates a question. President Bates, could you tell us how many years now has it been since the last race here on St. Croix? Microphone, please, sir.
President, Flamboyant Park Hasman Association, Eloy Bates. The last race was July 2017.
July 2017.
July.
And I see you have your vice president and your treasurer here, and I need you to help me understand. What does it cost, okay, like per month, roughly, for you to maintain your horse, whether it's with feeding, medicating, training? I'm sure that comes at a cost as well. Help us understand what that looks like per month.
I'll have my treasurer, Dennis Lynch, answer you.
Treasurer Dennis Lynch, Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. Just to edify my awareness in terms of speaking about costs, you're speaking about a racehorse, you're speaking about pasture living.
Okay.
Racehorse?
Racehorse.
Okay, that
Racehorse.
would be roughly about $2,000 a month.
$2,000 a month. We could start to do the math and figure out the magnitude of how progress slows down or can incapacitate. Let me stop using big words. Stop people from progressing. And it's disheartening for me, not that I'm a horse enthusiast myself, but I have a family member who is. And, I can only imagine for you to have to spend that kind of money on a horse per month and have no way of having a return of interest. Mr. Williams, did you want to say something? Proceed.
Mr. Knight,
Knight, I apologize.
Flamboyant Park Asman Association. I don't know if it will be possible. I have an actual video with a trainer that is in New York, Mr. Gary Contessa, explaining how much it costs to train a racehorse. So I don't know if it will be possible. We could show it. And this is the actual trainer that's training right now. And he'll tell you the whole cost, his breakdown, everything.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe when we got recess, we could bring this video and you could get a better idea of what it actually costs.
Mm-hmm. That would be good to know, but for the sake of time, we'll see if we can work that out. But for me personally, as the chair right now, I really needed to understand the magnitude of what you all are facing when it comes to the financial aspect of this. Mr. Lynch, the second.
Yeah, just to elaborate, when you reference the financial aspect of it, it's not so much the heavy burden of spending $2,000 to $3,000 a month on a racehorse, but the return of not having it at all. So you look at incremental revenue that we are customer making. You speaking in a reference point of at least $60,000 to $85,000 we forfeiting of not having races voided on the island. Because you look at basically if you have an A-class horse or a C-class horse, that's about $7,000 when you win that first purse. So think about that, you maximize that at 11 or 12 races per year.
Exactly.
And I have guys here sitting that are consistent in winning. That's a lot of money that you're avoiding. So it's causing a restriction on our financial gaps.
And that doesn't even include your families, the cost of living, etc. So before we go to Senate President Francis Jr., I really hope that this information is being heard by the VIGL, because we really need you to step up and follow through. Senator Francis Jr., please proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And 6 times 12 is 72. Times $2,000 is $144,000 on the low end. You actually do the math? There is a math. $144,000. Hence, we could hear and see and smell and taste the frustration by the horsemen here in St. Croix. And to add insult to injury, when you see this fabulous track that's going up on St. Thomas, beautiful, within 4 months, 6 years, and still today, there's absolutely no answer. No answer in terms of where do we go from here. I tell the governor, let's build a track. If we're interested in horse racing on St. Croix, let us as a government build a track. If we're waiting for VIGL to build a track, we ain't gonna see it. So Williams, can you speak to the $5 million? There was a $5 million appropriation that went out back in Act 8722 that was appropriated for VIGL. Have you received that funding?
No, Senator, not. I think that my understanding is that the funding, again, has not been made available to us. However, it is appropriated, we will have access to it at some point, but currently we do not have access to the $5 million.
Have you requested access to the $5 million?
At this point, I think we did some time ago, and that fell through. It did not come through for us.
I didn't understand what you said. Please repeat.
I said I think we did ask how do we go about drawing down on it at several months ago, but we were never given any access to it at that stage. I think there's certain things that we have to do, a certain stage maybe of the construction as to when that monies will actually become available.
Well, I have you.
But I want to be clear that
Mr. Williams,
has no fear.
Mr. Williams, you have to let the senator speak.
While I have you, Mr. Williams, in respect to a construction plan, is there any construction plan, or what is the timeline and construction plan for the St. Croix Dr. Randall James racetrack?
The entire project, it's slated for, I think, 36 months, I believe. But again, that's the entire build out of the complete facility. Way before that 36 months, certain aspects and certain components will be in place so that we could have racing while the rest of the track is being built.
One in which, based on your testimony, is the Racino. How long will it take?
Correct.
How long will it take for the Racino to be built out?
Anticipated 12 to 14 months from the date that we put the shovel in the ground.
Very well. Has my time run? Real quickly, Commissioner White, can you give some perspective in regards to the $5 million? What is required for that money to be dispersed? And
yes,
what is...
I can, Senator.
Thank you.
I would like to think that I'm a financially fiscal responsible person. I think part of the requirement that we asked of VIGL before we gave them $5 million of the government's money is that we saw some type of movement or construction going. Let's be honest, you know, we've been having this conversation with VIGL about starting construction for some time now, and we haven't seen anything. The legal counsel of the government just did not feel comfortable releasing $5 million unless we saw some type of movement on that track.
Very well, thank you. That makes a whole lot of sense. Mr. Williams, what is the cost that you intend or expect to expend on the racetrack?
The entire project is estimated cost of the project is about.
We can't hear you.
Please hold the senator's time.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead now.
Yes, I said the total cost of the project is around 18 to 20 million.
And outside of the $5 million that's earmarked from the government of the Virgin Islands, how much is VIGL slated or earmarked to put forward?
Yes, again, we're talking about 15 million.
15 million?
Yes,
and
in that vicinity.
And that funding is available and accessible?
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up, Senator. I'm glad you asked that question because I do understand and know that there's been part that VIGL, our questioning whether VIGL has the money to do the project or not. Yes, the funding is there. We do have the funds to do the project.
Very well, and also your understanding that delayed construction increased the cost in our current environment?
Absolutely, Senator, and I know I'm on your time, but if I could say, you know, I with apologies to the horsemen, I don't think there's anyone walking this planet that wants to see that racetrack being built and the horses running more so. I mean, it's as you, everyone. I feel the frustration everybody's displaying at this point. I don't think, again, I'm just as frustrated as everyone. You know, as I go about the island, I can't go any single place without anyone commenting to me about the racetrack and lack of progress. So I do want to see, and I sincerely hope that we break ground within short order and the project gets moving. And I'm fairly confident. I'm very confident that that's going to happen.
Time.
Very well. My time has been called. I'll ask Mr. Chair if you could ask Mr. Bates to put on record in respect to the timeline that had been given for the Racino to be built out. You know, what is the position of the Horsemen Association in respect to that?
Elroy Bates, President, Flamboyant Park, Horseman Association. Senator, we really don't have a choice. We have to sit and wait until they finish. We really don't have a choice.
Does that satisfy your inquiry, Senator?
I don't have a choice. I have to accept it.
Okay. Very well, Senator. Thank you for your line of questioning, Senate President Francis Jr. I think this is a highly stressful situation here when it comes to our horsemen and what they have to go through on a daily basis to be able to participate in an industry that is, unfortunately, at this time, non-existent. And I believe that we need to push in the right direction the ones who are responsible for following through with their commitments. Point of inquiry, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My point of inquiry goes to the Commissioner of Parks and Rec. The money that $5 million that we're talking about, wasn't that $5 million a grant?
Yeah, it is a grant award. We did request some documents from VIGL, which they did give to the department. A draft was executed of that grant award. Last thing is, again, is pending the approval of PNP. I think it needs to go to the AG's office because of the amount of the grant. But to be honest with you, like I said, the government really wanted to see some type of movement at the Randall Jack James facility before we were willing to release those funds.
Thank you for your explanation, but my inquiry really was, if we're talking, and if I am correct, when that grant was awarded, the governor was giving VIGL the grant based on the amount of money that VIGL had spent in the territory, St. Croix, St. Thomas, even Totola. And it was a grant saying, like, you know, we understand you put all of this investment. So the grant was, from my understanding, if I'm wrong, please correct me. But I understand that's what that grant was. And I respect the government position, but at least we should have started a drawdown so that we could move this money forward and try and get this track going. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And before I go to Senator Diane Capehart, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Thank you for
Senator,
being here with
if
us.
I may, Senator.
Proceed, Commissioner.
If I may, as we clearly just heard Jason Williams state, money is not a problem for them. They have the money for this project. So that $5 million to start the project should not be an excuse for them to start.
That's true. That's true, Commissioner.
Point of information.
One moment, Senator Francis Heileger. I already had Senator Diane Capehart to be recognized next. And here on the St. Croix Chamber, I have President Bates who wanted to respond. And I appreciate your understanding. Please proceed, President Bates.
Thank you, Senator. My question is to Senator Francis. Did I answer your question, or you asked me what's the timeline they gave us, or what we think about the timeline?
Mike, my question to you, or what I was trying to hear from the association in respect to the timeline that have been established with the Racino and everything else. What was your position on that? Because it seems to me that things could occur simultaneous. If you're building out, one facility, there's no reason why other portions or component can be built. So I just kind of wanted to get a perspective from the Horsemen Association. You know, what's your position on that?
Okay, like I said, we don't have a choice. In a meeting we had last year, I think late last year with Mr. Dubuque, he told us he's going to build his casino first. And 3 months before the casino is built, is finished, he will allow the horses on the track to start training so that as the casino opens, races start. So, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Senator.
You're most welcome. Senator Diane Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, those who are here and those who are viewing. You know, the business opportunities in horses have vastly expanded from 2017 to now. Now there is more opportunity than ever to build careers or business in the equestrian space and to make an actual profit doing it. And there's no urgency for St. Croix. And sitting here today and hearing that there's money and we just need to do it, just get started. We gotta start somewhere. So my question, Mr. Bates, do you believe as a territory we should be creating an associate degree program, a training programs in equine studies to train horse riding, handling with coursework in basic care, maintenance, and nutrition?
Elroy Bates Jr., President, Flamboyant Park Horseman Association. I could answer a little bit of a question, but no, Mr. Williams for VIGL, he could carry the rest.
Okay.
Once the franchise agreement goes into effect, VIGL has an obligation to, with the educational complex, to start programs on there. Groom programs, trainers programs with the children at the school. So they do have that in effect. And the good thing about them, they sent away couple young guys to train to be farriers. They did that already. So I think Mr. Williams could elaborate some more on that.
So, Mr. Williams, have you had this discussion with Department of Education to start working on implementing a curriculum at the schools?
Senator Capehart, no, we have not at this point. To be, again, quite honest and frank, our focus right now, because of all that has happened over the years, our focus right now is just trying to get to the point where we can start the construction once all the permits and licenses are in place. That's kind of, you know,
secondary for you?
Really at the center of our focus at this stage.
Well, listen, we having this conversation for too long. It's always, this is the permits is a hindrance. No, we got the permits. And I'm surprised that those permits take so long, because permits didn't take long for St. Thomas track to happen. But always on St. Croix, I see it in environmental projects. I see it all the time. Let's just start it. But I have one question, as we have a territorial racing commission. Mr. Hodge, if you can please, can you tell me how the territorial racing commission is governed? Do you have bylaws that you are governed by?
Yes, we have. I don't know where you're going if you're asking about
rules and regs.
Rules and regs.
Bylaws.
Yes.
Can you provide that through the chair to this body, please?
Sure.
One minute.
And what would be even the criteria of selecting commission members? Because talking about having a body come to this body to talk about separating these boards. How is the criteria? What's the criteria for selecting members?
Well, I can't speak to the criteria. The criteria is that people are chosen to be on the commission, and it comes to your body, to the legislature for confirmation. You approve it. You're the one that undoubtedly determines who will or will not be a commissioner.
So it would be that the governor will recommend these individuals to serve on this commission, is what you're saying, and this
and your body approves.
Okay, so the governor is the one who would be the one selecting these individuals. Thank you for that. Has my time been called? No?
Time.
In my second round, Mr. Chair, I'll continue my line of questioning. Thank you.
If I may, Chairman.
Proceed, Chairman Hodge Jr., and then point of information from Senator Francis Jr., but we need to change out the stenographers. But proceed really quickly.
I just wanted to say that you know, we kind of forget sometimes the role everybody has in everything that takes place there. Yes, the governor appoints board commissioners, but it's reviewed and confirmed by the legislature. The contract the VIGL is operating under right now that allows them to do what they're doing and not perform, and there's no start date, no penalty, or any of the stuff that should be in the contract, was approved by the legislature. And we used to sit down here and talk about why nothing being done and
Thank you, Chairman Hodge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Hodge. We will now take a recess to change out the stenographers. So the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks will now recess for the stenographers to change. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is now back on the record. We had to take a brief recess so that our stenographers could change out, and also we had a series of points of information, beginning with Senator Alma Francis Heileger, then Senator Carla Joseph, then Senator Novell Francis Jr. Senator Alma Francis Heileger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much. As to my point of information, prior to the closeout of this specific, when we went on recess, statements were made in regards to the legislature being responsible as it relates to contracts being done as to why several of the delays. I cannot say that I am not in partial agreement with what the individual did share, because I am a firm believer that as anybody, whether it's government or otherwise, we need to put things in our contract that stipulates deadlines as to when things need to be accomplished, as well as penalties. When it came to the contract I participated in, the 34th legislature made sure that several of those things were in place when it came to dealing with the Clinton E-Fix racetrack. So I wanted to put that on the record. But I wanted to ask a question in regards to the seating at the Clinton E-Fix racetrack. I think the gentleman was Mr. Shane. Shane, he did share that there's some 400 seats. How did you come up with 400 plus seats? How did you come up with that specific number? And do you think that's adequate? Because for the few times that I have gone to the racetrack, sometimes there were thousands of people there. Do you think, how did you come up with that 400 seating number? Thank you.
This is Shane Gaspard. Thank you, and I'd like to clarify that a little bit. When I said 456 flip-up chairs, that's just the flip-up chairs with the backs on them. We have seating for 1,952 bench seats, 456 flip-up chairs, plus the judges booth, plus the VIP booth, plus standing, plus the ADA.
Well, thank you so much, because that made a whole difference as to the message that was put out. So thank you very much for that.
We're talking about 2,600 seats.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senator Francis Heileger. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask the Horse Racing Commission Chairman, what is the process? Is there a process to identify horse racing associations? I wanted to know if the St. Thomas Horse Racing Association has been approved, or is there any other association like Flamboyant who needs approval to be recognized as a legitimate horse racing association?
Good afternoon, Hugo Hodge, Chairman, Virgin Islands Horse Race Commission. To be recognized, they have to be in good standing with the VI government, with their, I guess their, whatever is required by licensing. There is only one recognized on St. Croix, Flamboyant. On St. Thomas, there's one recognized. There's another one in Nada.
Wait. Before you go on, what's the other one that is recognized in St. Thomas? Are they recognized by you? They have all of your required documentation to be recognized?
They do not at this time. But with that said,
what is that? Who does not have who is not recognized? Not one that is pending, one that is not recognized.
The NADA, I'm trying to look for the exact name of the group, but the thing is, the NADA horse owners, they are not officially recognized. But with that said, I include them on every correspondence, every invitation, every opportunity to speak, every place.
Just, Mr. Chairman, just bear with me. So the St. Thomas Horse Racing Association is recognized?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And finally, Mr. Chairman, just one final question. When do you anticipate that these other entities are going to be recognized? And do you have any promulgated rules or SOPs that shows what's the process to be recognized?
I've asked them to submit their documents showing that everything has been taking place. And as soon as we get that, we'll address that.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you so much, Mr. Hodge.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senate President Francis Jr., you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And going back to Chairman Hugo Hodge Jr., I wanted to ask you, Mr. Chairman, what is the status on the anti-doping policy? Where are you currently with that?
We have a draft of the anti-doping policy that we prepared per the legislation that exists. It was submitted to the governor for his approval. It was sent to the stakeholders, which includes the horsemen associations, all of them. The next step would be, I guess, well, there's another bill today that's being considered, and I think the legislature passed a bill that suspended it, anything of the nature. Nonetheless, it is in their hands. Once we get approval from the governor, then we will have public hearings with the horse owners, get their feedback, have their comment period, their due process before finalizing the policy.
Do you have any timeline established to ensure that occurs or when it occurs?
Well, there's no timeline right now because it's been suspended by the legislature, as well as there's pending legislation, pending bill right now that would further change the landscape of what takes place here. But there's no firm timeline right now. Sorry.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Hodge.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. And Chairman Hodge, you mentioned there was a discussion or correspondence from the Nader Horse Owners Association and trainers regarding hosting exhibition races at Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack. What's the Commission's stance on that happening?
Yes, so maybe I could speak on that a little bit if you want me to, Mr. Chair. Hugo.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Both
so I just want to clarify when Mr. Hart said that the NADA Horse Racing Association is not recognized. That is incorrect. They are a recognized entity. They have members with their association. They are registered with the Lieutenant Governor's office. I think the correct word to say is they are not currently active because they are not in good standing right now, but they are a recognized entity. As far as the request that was sent to do temporary races, there was a number of reasons per the government of the Virgin Islands why that request was denied. One of them was that at the time of that request from the NADA Horse Racing Association, they were not in good standing per the Lieutenant Governor's office. That was one of them. There was also some concerns about the safety of individuals at the track at the time attending horse races. Although we know that the construction area where the bleachers was going up was cornered off, the government was not at ease with having horse racing at the time that the temporary racing was presented.
Okay, thank you for that.
For liability purposes.
Thank you for that explanation, Commissioner. Chairman Hodge, did you want to add to that?
I'm fine with the response. No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I believe I don't see any other senators in the St. Thomas district that have not asked, St. Thomas St. John district that have not asked a question. So at this time, I would like to entertain any burning questions from any senators that may have a burning question for Southland Gaming, VIGL, the Horse Racing Commission, or any of the associations? Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Is Mr. Williams, are you still on the line? Mr. Chair, can you?
I'll hold that. Mr. Williams, VIGL, are you still on the line? Okay, I do not see him, but I do believe I see Mr. Clinton Hendrington. Mr. Hendrington.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. It's good to see you.
Same, good to see you.
Okay,
also.
good thing. I'm happy that you made it. At this point, we've already went through a vigorous round. However, if you have testimony to add, you know, I think the conversation is a very important one that I would let you go ahead and do so at this time.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, senators, the listening public. My name is Clinton Hendrington, president of the St. Thomas St. John Horsemen Association. We didn't have a written testimony, but we just wanted to put on record that we didn't really have much issues with the bill. All we wanted to make sure is that the rules
One moment, President Hendrington, I apologize. So this round is specifically for the status of horse racing, which would include any quells or issues that the associations would have. So we'll be entertaining that in the second block, sir.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
So we don't have any no comments or anything right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hendrington. And I do believe that we cannot find Mr. Williams on the line from VIGL. Okay. Any other senators with any other burning questions?
I did, but it was for Williams.
Mr. Chairman, St. Thomas Chambers.
Please proceed, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I did have a question now that Mr. Clinton Hendrington has appeared. He's the president of the St. Thomas Horsemen Association. How many members do you have within your horsemen association that have horses on the ground here in St. Thomas?
That have horses?
Mm-hmm, that own horses here in St. Thomas.
I think there's about 20 horses on the track, about that, just under that. So there would be, I would want to say about 5 owners that currently have horses, because there's 1 or 2 owners with several horses.
Okay, and those horse owners are a member of your association?
It's a mixed bag. Some of NADA, some of our association.
Well, so my question was very clear. How many of the horse owners that have horses here in the St. Thomas, St. John district are a member of your association that actually own and have the horses them here?
I want to say between 3 and 5.
3 and 5 of them that currently have horses here? Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. I don't believe we have any other burning questions by any other senators at this time. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give everyone 1 minute to make your closing remarks, beginning with VIGL is not on the line, so we'll begin with Mr. Shane Gaspard of Southland Gaming.
This is Shane Gaspard, Chief Operating Officer of Southland Gaming. Listen, I just want to thank you for the invitation here today to give you an update on where we are on the track, the progress we made on the track, the photographs that we started with that kind of speak for themselves. And I want to say that it's a culture of horse racing. It has a positive impact on our youth. It bridges generations, and it's a spirit of competition. Those are your words, Senator Boquez, when you started this today. Those are powerful words, and I just kind of want to end it with those words. The grandstands are standing, and you have my invitation to come stand with me on them. Thank you very much for having us today.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Hugo Hodge, Jr., Chairman of the USVI Horse Racing Commission, please give us your closing remarks.
Nothing really much, Mr. Chairman. We just want to see horse racing move forward, and we just want to have the teeth to do something when it's not taking place. Other than that, we'll stand by for the next block.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Calvert-White, your closing remarks.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Senator. From the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, I'll speak about both tracks. I will continue to work with Southland Gaming to see the completion of the Clinton Phipps racetrack. I think I have a great working relationship with that organization, and they are moving steadfast with what they proposed to the government that they were going to do. On the St. Croix end, I'll be very honest with you. As long as I'm in this position, I'm going to be very, very stern with VIGL on releasing those funds. I was the commissioner that gave the Flamboyant Horse Racing Association a notice to vacate that property, and they was very cooperative in removing their horses from there, under the pretense that work was going to start on those bonds. That was over a year ago. As a matter of fact, it might be 2 years ago that had happened. So for me to release $5 million of the government's money to an entity where I haven't seen any movement in the last 2 years, it is going to take an act from the governor to tell me to do that, to be quite honest for you. Once I could see some movement happening, I could see some construction starting to build, I have no problem releasing those funds to VIGL. We've already started drafting the MOU for those funds. So it's just for them to give the deliverables for me to release those funds. But again, I am happy that I did hear Mr. Williams put on the record that money and financing is not a problem to them, and they have the money to finish that project. So the $5 million is not an obstacle for them to start that project.
Thank you, Commissioner White. As always, I appreciate your straightforwardness and honesty. Next, I would like the president of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association, Mr. Bates, for your closing remarks.
Chair, Senator Boquez, thank you on behalf of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association for having us here to testify on this, and to the committee members and the non-committee members. Thank you for hearing our concerns. If any of you have any influence in DPNR, maybe, that's why I said it, maybe you could go down there and help them out, get it done quicker, but thanks again.
Okay. Thank you, President Bates. And President Hendrington of the St. Thomas Horsemen Association, your closing remarks.
Good afternoon again. My apologies for being late today. Thank you for the opportunity to voice our concerns. We really don't have much. We're pleased with the progress that Southland Game is making at the Clinton Phipps racetrack. We would really like to try to, at some point, get into some interim races in the near future. I think we're working towards that. But again, thanks to the Senate and everyone else for inviting us to speak on this matter.
Thank you. And we will close out, but before we do, I must echo the sentiments of the concern by the associations involved, and we hope that VIGL follows through with that commitment to restore horse racing and the industry here on the island of St. Croix. The committee will now release you, and we will go into block 2 after a short 5-minute recess. The committee on a 2-minute recess. The committee on culture, youth, aging, sports and parks goes on a 2-minute recess. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is hereby back on the record. And before we read in the second block of the agenda, I would like to ask the Media Division to play a short 3-minute video in reference to the cost of owning a horse so that we are all educated on that. Please proceed, Media Division.
Spend yearly to keep a horse in training and racing.
Well, I'll let you guys do the math. You can expect the going rate for your, if you hire Todd Pletcher or Chad Brown, they're upwards of $150 to $175 a day because they want to, they use GastroGuard, which is $42 a day, and it's very expensive. So that's why they cater to kind of an elite group of people. Your average trainers, and I don't mean average in talent, I mean average trainers that aren't your headliners, like myself, Linda Rice, Ray Handel, I'm trying to think of the guys, but your normal trainers are training for about $120 a day. So you sit down and you figure out $120 a day times a year. That is your expense on training the horse. Now above that expense, you're paying about $250 a month for blacksmith. You're paying about, on average, $500 a month for veterinary work, which is just your standard vaccinations, standard medication you may need on a day-to-day basis, because they're athletes. They need not Valium. They need Motrin. They need Aleve for horses. I mean, they have aches and pains. They need therapy. So your therapy and your veterinary and your blacksmith is probably going to cost you, on average, about another $1,000 a month. So you can do the math. It's going to cost you about $4,500 to $5,000 a month to train a horse. Times 12 months, it's going to cost you $60,000 a year. But if you look at the purse structure, I ran fourth the other day in an allowance race, and to me, it was $4,900. That pays the nut for that owner, and all he did was run fourth. So if you can, if you can make money in this game now, but it's going to cost you about $60,000 a year. And if you have a catastrophic injury, and I don't mean catastrophic in that the horse is going to die, but a surgical problem. Horse chips an ankle, chips a knee, that it happens. We do a lot of surgery on horses. Surgery is going to cost you $3,000 or $4,000. You're going to have a rehab of about $1,500 to $2,000 a month for 2 or 3 months. Then the horse is going to go back in training. So you have to budget another probably $8,000 to $10,000 just to be safe in case you need surgery. Horse gets sick. It's not like a human. You go to your doctor and he prescribes you antibiotics. If you're a horse and you get prescribed antibiotics, it has to go intravenously. It's about $100 a day, times a week or as long as it takes.
Okay, thank you, Media Division. Madam Clerk, please read Block 2 into the record.
Yes. Okay. The committee will be receiving testimony on the following bills. Presented for consideration by the Honorable Senator Samuel Carrion. 35-0073 is an act amending Title 32 of the Virgin Islands Code to establish powers and duties for the horse racing commissions for each district and relating to anti-doping of racehorses to provide for regulation by district and joint horse racing commissions. 35-0083, an act amending Title 32 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, Subchapter 1, Section 201, to establish separate horse racing commissions for each district. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner, VI Sports Parks and Recreation. Elroy Bates Jr., President, Flamboyant Park Horseman Association. Hugo Hodge Jr., Chairman, USVI Horse Racing Commission. Clinton Hedrington, President, St. Thomas Horseman Association. Jay Watson, former member, USVI Horse Racing Commission. And Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before we move forward into the block, again with our housekeeping rules, cell phones on silent or vibrate. Testifiers, please state your name and title for the record. Same goes for everyone who is attending virtually, so that we can account for this meeting. And also, if you're not speaking, turn off your video for the case of bandwidth here in the legislature. We would like to go ahead and begin with testimony. I apologize. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Please, you're recognized, Senator Samuel Carrion.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon once again, Chairman of the Committee of Culture, Sports, Aging, Youth, Senator Angel Bolquez, to the committee members, legislative staff, invited testifiers, listening and viewing audience, and those that are gathered here today to discuss two crucial bills. Bill number 35-0073 and Bill number 35-0083 that aims to address the current state of the Horse Racing Commission in our territory. It is essential that I commence by addressing the number one question: how and why this legislation was drafted. Let me begin by stating that I am not an expert in the horse racing industry. However, I have spoken with some of the most well-respected horse owners, trainers, former board members, association members, etc., in the Virgin Islands and abroad, of some of whom are present today. When I chaired the Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation during my previous term, I had the privilege of establishing a good relationship with horsemen through a series of meetings concerning the horse racing industry. In addition, as a consequence of Act 8577, it became quite logical that the rationale and foundation that crafted the single board were no longer required. Let us put some facts on the record. Since horse racing inception in the Virgin Islands, the commissions were always separated by district and one territorial commission. It is crucial to recognize that this bill does not dismantle the Virgin Islands Horse and Racing Commission. The rules and regulations will still be handled by the Territorial Commission, which is comprised of members of the District Commission. However, operations will be under the District Commission. Bill number 35-0083 establishes separate horse racing commissions for each district in our territory. Currently, we have a single commission with representatives from St. Croix, St. Thomas and St. John district that govern and regulate activities within the territory. Separate commissions ensures that each district's voice are heard and concerns are understood. This also enhances representation and inclusivity, as commission members can directly shape policies affecting their horse racing community, and also allows some individual autonomy within each district. On the other hand, Bill number 35-0073 outlines the powers and duties of the Horse Racing Commission. It is imperative that commission members clearly understand and uphold the powers and duties, which in return ensures a smooth decision-making process. As previously mentioned, in 2017, Act 8010, which established one single commission, was enacted into law when VIGL was sought to be the promoter for the Randall Dock James racetrack on St. Croix and the Clinton E. Phipps racetrack on St. Thomas. The creation of this unified commission made sense when there was a single promoter for both horse tracks in the Virgin Islands and was part of the agreement process back then. However, we all know that circumstances arose. Therefore, VIGL is no longer the promoter for St. Thomas St. John racetrack, only the St. Croix racetrack. This shift raised valid concerns within the horse racing community. So in response to these changing dynamics, Bill 35-0083 aims to restore the previous structure, allowing each district its own separate commission to address necessary concerns within individual jurisdiction, giving each district more autonomy, independence in decision-making, which enhance their managing their own district affairs and operations. It is important to note that the measure being discussed today are not intended to disrupt the existing status of horse racing in our territory. The ultimate objective is to ensure that the interests of all districts are adequately represented and that the horse racing community continues to flourish. Just as horses' determination drives it to victory, the horse racing community is determined to have separate district commissions. As a thoroughbred breeder, Federico Tessio once said, "A horse gallops with his lungs, preserves with his heart, and wins with his character. Even from where I stand, I know that's true for the people today." Lastly, after meeting with various testifiers prior to today's hearing, I will be offering an amendment today which will address the concerns from VIGL regarding the term may being used instead of shall, which will be replaced. In addition, the concerns regarding anti-doping being under district supervision is stricken and will be restored under the VI horse racing territorial supervision. There are some other minor technical changes as well. This is the reason why I meet with testifiers and stakeholders so that I can capture their concerns and address them appropriately. In conclusion, I urge all my colleagues to carefully consider the passage of Bill number 35-0083 and Bill number 35-0073. Today, we all have one common goal: to build a horse racing industry in the Virgin Islands, and these measures work in the best interest of all those who truly want to see horse racing move forward in the territory while respecting and empowering the uniqueness of each district. By establishing separate commissions for each district, we can continue to uphold the spirit of the sports of King in the Virgin Islands for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. At this time, we're going to have the testifiers provide testimony. We'll be beginning with the chairman of the Horse Racing Commission, Chairman Hugo Hodge Jr. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good day, Honorable Angel L. Bocas Jr., Chairman of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Culture, Sports, Parks, Aging, and Youth. Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Vice Chairman, members of the Committee on Culture, Sports, Park, Aging, and Youth. Honorable Novell E. James, Honorable Samuel Carrion, Honorable Alma Francis Heiliger, Honorable Franklin D. Johnson, and Honorable Milton E. Potter. Good day to the other members of the 35th Legislature's present, testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Hugo Vincent Hodge Jr., and I continue to be humbled by the opportunity to serve the Virgin Islands as a member of the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission. Honorable Senators on the Committee of Culture, Sports, Parks, Aging, and Youth, I was asked to provide testimony on Bills 35-0073 and 35-0083. Bill 35-0073 Bill 35-0083 seeks to establish separate horse racing commissions for each district. Bill 35-0073 in turn establishes powers and duties for the horse racing commissions for each district and related to anti-doping of racehorses to provide for regulation by district and joint horse racing commissions. I polled the commission for feedback on these bills, and almost all were against the separation of the commission. There was one response that spoke of the history of having separate commissions, mentioned differentiation in benefit by district, and acknowledged that no state has multiple state racing commissions, regardless of having one or more than one promoter in the state. Personally, I'm against anything that's divisive in this territory. I have stated on many occasions that, in my opinion, the greatest challenge facing the Virgin Islands is economies of scale. Any legislation that sets out to further exacerbate this challenge should be avoided. Having one territorial or state racing commission makes the most sense and is a practice in every state in the union. It allows for one racing calendar. It avoids potential scheduling conflicts. It also provides for one set of rules and regulations. The fact that having two racing commissions further requires the creation of a territorial board or commission may be the best indicator that one body is not only ideal, but prudent. Again, in summary, the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission is functioning at the highest level and the best interest of the industry for all stakeholders, with absolutely no territorial issues. We stand ready to oversee the construction of both tracks, formalize rules and regulations, finalize the anti-doping program, provide training and certification, and license the requisite professionals at both tracks. The Commission remains available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chairman Hodge Jr. President Bates of Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Bolkers Jr. and other members of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. I am Elroy Bates Jr., the President of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. On behalf of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association and myself, thank you for the opportunity to deliver testimony to the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. The Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association was asked to testify before this committee on bills number 35-0073 and 35-0083. We, the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association, would like the members of the 35th Legislature to repeal Act 8010, Bill number 32-0092, an act amending Title 32 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, relating to establishing a single horse racing commission. The purpose of having one commission was because we were supposed to have one racing promoter. The new agreement signed on September 15, 2022, between the government of the Virgin Islands and VIGL eliminated both racetracks having one promoter. VIGL gave up its rights to the Clinton E. Phipps racetrack and gave them sole rights to the Randall Dak James racetrack. There is no timetable on when or if a promoter will be on the island of St. Thomas with the deal the VI government gave to Southland Gaming. The Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association members have found several discrepancies with the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission. Since the inception of the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission, St. Croix has never had 4 commission members. We've always had 3, while St. Thomas has 4. For about 6 months now, the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association has asked Commission Chair Hugo Hodge about licensing members to have a current list. We are still waiting to get answers. The USVI thoroughbred racing rules and medical testing procedures have been out since 2020 and have yet to be discussed with the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association or the general public. Members of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association want to run with the anti-doping policy in place to become a recognized racetrack. In contrast, the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission members voted to amend the law so races can run on the island of St. Thomas for St. Thomas horses only. The Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission is talking about the separation will mess up the racing calendar and separate the unity of horse racing in the islands. No racing calendar has ever been set, so we can't see how it will be messed up. St. Croix is set to run 13 race days per year, while St. Thomas had signed on for only 6 race days per year. So there's not much of a calendar to be messed up. Additionally, in the past, both islands have run on the same day, and there was never a problem. As for the latter, everyone knows there will never be unity in horse racing in the islands. We, the Flamboyant Park Horseman Association, know reverting to the old law is best for horse racing and St. Croix. We have more than enough qualified persons on St. Croix to run our races. They have been doing it for over 20 years. Once again, we, the Flamboyant Park Horseman Association members, thank you for the opportunity to put our testimony on record.
Thank you, President Bates Jr. President Hendrington, St. Thomas Horseman Association, you're recognized for your testimony. Okay, I do not see President Hendrington on the line. Okay. Again, the commissioner is on the line. He does not have testimony. He's still in the same position.
I would like to put some stuff on the record, though.
Please do. Proceed.
You know, it's a little disheartening to hear Mr. Bates say that there will never be unity between districts for horse racing. And this is nothing against Mr. Bates, because I know Mr. Bates personally, and we are very good friends. I just want to clear the record of some statement that he said that the commission voted to suspend the anti-doping rules. The commission has never voted to suspend any anti-doping rules in its territory. Senator, it's a little ironic for me, because whether we have one horse racing commission or 2 horse racing commission, by virtue of my position, I serve on both. So I'm impartial, but I serve on several other boards in the territory, and I could say that the Territorial Horse Racing Commission is one board that I have never, in my opinion, witnessed or felt any type of separating between the 2 districts. I think what would have been more important is that instead of trying to separate the commission, is to aggressively go after filling the vacant seat on the St. Croix side. Currently, as Mr. Bates stated, there is 4 members in St. Thomas. There's currently 3 members on St. Croix with 1 vacant position. Again, I serve as the ex-officio. So I think instead of separating, the more prudent thing would have been to find and replace that vacant position. By amending the law to separate and then still have an existence of the territorial commission is going back to exactly what we're at right now. But again, either way for me, like I said, it makes me no mind. I work well with the St. Croix commission members. I work well with the St. Thomas commission members. Whether it's 1 commission or 2 commissions, I serve on both. But I think as a territorial commission, I can't think of any vote or any instances where there's been a deciding vote and it was voted on because there was more members on St. Thomas. I haven't experienced that. I do look forward to the day when we really get away from going against each other. But by introduction of this bill, I see we have not gotten there yet. I stand in recess and wait for any questions that may be asked of me.
Thank you, Commissioner White. Next, Mr. J. Watson, USVI Horse Racing Commission. Former member of the USVI Horse Racing Commission. Please recognize the microphone of Mr. J. Watson.
Good afternoon, Wella.
Thank you, media.
Thought we would have been done by now. But good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Bolkers, Chairman of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, other committee members, fellow testifiers, and other interested parties. My name is Jay Watson, and I come before your committee to give testimony on Bill number 350073 and Bill number 350083. The last time I appeared before this body was more than 4 years ago to discuss at that time my efforts as chairman of the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission and to commence gaining the status of becoming a recognized racing district. This would have been under the auspices of the United States as required by the Interstate Commerce Horse Racing Act. Needless to say, my efforts were not well received nor supported. In the interval between my departure and now, the requirements have increased with federal oversight becoming more stringent towards horse racing activities nationwide. Also, in the same interval of time, the Commission has not addressed the issue of achieving, as far as I am aware, to become a recognized racing district. To further complicate the issue, the Commission, the Virgin Islands government's authority on horse racing, remains silent when the legislature's well-intended but misguided passage of legislation to place the anti-doping statute that is required for horse racing in abeyance, which is in direct contravention to the Interstate Commerce Horse Racing Act and HISA. Additionally, another area of concern is equine aftercare as it relates to the disposition of horses after they finish racing. So the question is, what is the solution? And what is the path moving forward? 1, racing in each district must determine the best type of racing for their individual districts. 2, the Commission has to be comprised of individuals who are knowledgeable on industry horse racing rules and regulations while displaying the will necessary to meet the requirements necessary for establishing recognized horse racing, along with fostering a relationship with the umbrella organization, ARCI, to facilitate recognized horse racing. The commissions in each district should be adequately funded. 4, adequately funded to meet their mandates. 4, understanding the difference between fair circuit racing and commercial horse racing. 5, realizing that the commission, promoter, the Horsemen Association are three separate branches in the horse racing industry, just like the Virgin Islands government, where you have the legislative, executive, and judicial branches. These separations are there for a reason and must be respected and free of any undue interference from the entities and organization they regulate. For the past 7 years, all we have tried to do was to work around the requirements necessary for horse racing instead of meeting the requirements which have stagnated horse racing in the territory. It is about time that we recognize what has been done to try to expedite horse racing in the territory has actually regressed it. Unregulated horse racing will no longer be tolerated in the industry. This territory's refusal to accept the current reality of horse racing cannot continue. Though I support the intent of these legislations, there are some observations that I have made that would be required to bring the legislation into current industry standards and regulations that would enable us to participate in Virgin Islands, in racing in the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands is an unincorporated territory of the United States. And as such, we are subjected to federal laws and regulations governing horse racing, and there is no workaround that. Subjective personal beliefs, logics, philosophies, and opinions do not outweigh federal rules, regulations that govern horse racing. Facts will always outweigh statements and declarations. Everyone is entitled to his or her own opinion, but no one is entitled to his or her own facts. The facts are what they are. The Interstate Commerce Horse Racing Act and HISA govern horse racing. We need to get into compliance if we want horse racing in the Virgin Islands to be able to realize any economic benefit or opportunity that this wonderful sport has to offer. Or we can choose to continue to waste time, energy, effort in looking for the workaround. That time and energy and effort would be better invested in working towards compliance. Wasted money and missed opportunities are the result of chasing the workaround. So let's focus on getting compliant. In closing, I would like to end this opening statement with a quote. Convenience is the enemy of excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson, for your testimony. And I believe that was the last of the testimonies. VIGL is not on the line. Neither is St. Thomas Horse Racing Association, Hendrington. So for now, that is the last testifier, unless they come back on. And with that said, we're going to open up for a round of 5 minutes. Point of information, Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I kindly ask if VIGL testimony can then be read into the record? So what happened is there was a joint testimony this morning.
Surely. We'll get that. Madam Clerk, do you have that available with you? I'll give Madam Clerk an opportunity to get the testimony together. Okay, good.
Point of information.
Senator Alma Francis Heilega, unfortunately, there was already a point, and the point is being addressed. So you can have the point of information after the letter is read into the record. I appreciate your understanding. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
VIGL Operations, LLC, Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, August 25th, 2023. Good morning, Honorable Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., Senators of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, other senators of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and all present. I am Jason Williams, General Manager of VIGL Racing Operations. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on bill numbers 35-0083 and 35-0073, as well as the status of the Randall Doc James Racetrack on St. Croix. VIGL supports bill number 35-0083, which seeks to reestablish the St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John Racing Commissions, which are commonly referred to as district commissions. As is widely known, the prospect of the territory having one developer and promoter of both the Randall Doc James Racetrack in St. Croix and the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack in St. Thomas was the main purpose for eliminating the district commissioners while leaving the VI Horse Racing Commission in place. With events that occurred over the past year or so, this possibility no longer exists. Given this scenario, we no longer see the need for the singular VI Racing Commission. I am sure most in the horse racing community will agree district commissions worked successfully over the years. Without a doubt, members are in a better position to more readily address issues and concerns relative to their respective tracks. Also, these members can commit their entire focus on providing the highest quality of racing and racing experience to their individual track, which will only help horse racing throughout the territory. Highlighting this assertion is the fact that both racetracks and their sites are vastly different. The horsemen and the track promoters will benefit by having district members who understand the cultural, historical, and operational aspects of their tracks, therefore reverting to the district approach rather than maintaining a singular VI Horse Racing Commission seems appropriate. While VIGL generally supports Bill number 35-0073, we recommend the duties and responsibilities of the district commissions and the VI Horse Racing Commission be more clearly defined. As constructed, the bill seems to give the latter the option to determine which duties it will assign to the district commissions by using the word may in section 202A rather than shall. Additionally, we strongly suggest the racing secretary, assistant secretary, gate handlers in starter positions rest with the promoter, as it would be more beneficial to race fans and horsemen. As a private promoter, we are in a position to mandate our racing secretary and staff, as well as key employees of the company, have no ownership or financial interest whatsoever in any racehorse within the territory. This measure will ensure the complicated task of matching horses for a race will be done impartially and free of any influence. Most importantly, the financial burden of operating the track lies with the promoter. Therefore, the racing secretary would be dedicated to developing race cards that ensure maximum attendance and interest. To be effective, these efforts would have to be done in a manner which promotes fair and credible competition. Simply put, the promoter should be afforded the opportunity to determine the quality of its own product, and the racing secretary is chiefly responsible for this development. Oftentimes, the starters and gate handlers will be required to work on non-race days for gate schooling and training. Since the promoter is responsible for maintaining the track service and the relative components, the track maintenance staff will also work regularly on non-race days. Both gate crew and track maintenance employees work together during training and gate schooling. It will be more efficient to coordinate these activities within one organization rather than two, should those positions remain with the Commission. It is important to mention across mainland racetracks, racing secretaries and gate crew positions consistently rest with the promoter. We aim to operate our racetrack in a professional manner and in alignment as much as possible with our mainland partners. Mr. Chair, this is the relevant testimony to Bill number 35-0073.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Point of information to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. My point of information was to the attendance of Mr. Clinton Hedrington, because I was very much concerned he was not here, but I saw him pop up on the camera while we were having that information read into the record. So I would really like for him to be able to put his thoughts on the record as to the position to these bills, because he was not here when the testifiers were sharing those. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Is he still online? Is he still on? Okay, we see him. Excellent. You are now recognized, President Hedrington.
Good afternoon, Senators. Thanks for the opportunity again to give our thoughts on these bills. We met, we had discussions, and we really don't have any opposition at all. We just really would like for the rules and regs to be standardized across the board. No difference between St. Thomas and St. Croix once it comes to the governing rules and regs. That's our main focus.
President Hedrington, could you tell us who we is?
The St. Thomas and General Horsemen Association.
Okay.
Horsemen in general, horsemen and horsewomen, sorry. Our main focus is being able to have standardization between the tracks. No more when you go to St. Croix, there's one rule, or when you come to St. Thomas, there's a different rule. We want to be sure that the standardized rules and regs are the same across the territory. That's our request. Once these bills address that, there's really not much of an issue for us.
Okay, thank you, President Hedrington. And I believe that would wrap up all of the testifiers that we have for this block. And before we go into our 5-minute round, starting with Vice President Blyden, I wanted to ask a few questions to Chairman Hodge Jr. Pertinent to how many years now has it been since the commission has been combined, and if he could tell us some of the accomplishments that they have been able to make during that merger.
I can go. Hugo Hodge, Chairman, Virgin Islands Horse Race Commission. I believe the legislation that combined it was done in 2016 or 2017. I'm not sure the exact date. I have not been on this commission for that period of time, so I can't speak to the accomplishments of the commission prior to when I came on a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. I know since then, we organized training for all the positions for the track, promulgated rules and regulations as required, a draft of the anti-doping rules as required. We've overseen and tried to oversee the construction of both tracks, one being more readily available than the next, to name a few.
Okay, thank you. And I know that I've received some messages, and I just want to, for the record, to clarify some concerns with rules and regulations and policies. And I'm curious to know if those have been approved by the commission or still being worked on, which ones have already been approved or which ones are still in progress? If you could elaborate for us, please.
The rules and regs for horse racing has been completed by the draft has been completed. It's gone to the AG, which is the process, which also goes to the governor. Once that comes back from them, then we would have public meetings with the stakeholders, including the Horsemen Association of both districts, anybody that's a stakeholder, have due process, and then the finalize rules and regs after taking into consideration those comments received during that period will be finalized.
Okay, and as the chairman, what would you consider the main reason that the association is lobbying for this separation?
Which association?
Both of them.
I don't know. I've come to understand over my time in this territory that we just like things to be separate. We like district stuff. We like the things to be by district, and so be it. I'm not one to believe in division in the territory. I don't see different state racing commissions throughout the nation. But if that's what everybody wants, they say in the fight, I'm going to spend a lot of time fighting on, to be honest. I heard Mr. Bates' comments, and I think that after listening to him, whatever he wants, whatever they want, so be it. I don't know what the reasoning other than what was stated by them. I got to take them as their word. I heard him make some statements that weren't quite accurate, but Commissioner White already addressed those, so I won't get into that. I don't know that a commission could vote on legislation. I never see a commission vote on legislation in my life, but somehow that was in a statement. That's something that we've done. Like I said, I don't want to speak for them as to why they may be in favor. I heard the St. Thomas St. John Horsemen Association state that they are impartial to it as long as the conditions of uniformity are met. And I think uniformity comes best with one racing commission. So I didn't hear what you're asking me. That's not what I heard in the statement. But so be.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hodge Jr. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, good afternoon to all of the testifiers, and thank you for your testimonies. I must say it's interesting, the different points of views in respect to these two pieces of legislation, in which I want to thank the sponsor for bringing them forward. There are a lot of questions to be asked in respect to the bill, because I differ with the opinions in respect to pitting one island against the next. Because, for instance, we just did a territorial hospital board, but it's the management that manages each hospital differently. They are the ones that's on the ground. They are the ones that basically know their hospitals, know what to do. Of course, there are some benefits. You see what I'm saying? There are some benefits in terms of the territorial board, but at the end of the day, the management is what basically carries out the responsibilities and duties of each hospital, because they are unique. And I see the same thing here with the Horse Racing Commission. So I just want to bring that perspective forward in terms of each district, doing what needs to be done for their district. So I really don't see a conflict, but I can agree with in terms of the overall rules and regulations. That can be done. I don't see any issue with that. But let me ask in respect to Mr. Bates. Earlier you spoke to in terms of the tracks, and whether you spoke to the tracks in terms of assuring that it's official based on the mileage or the furlongs. Who was it spoke to that? Can you speak to that briefly, please, in respect to in order for it to be officially recognized What's the length of the track that you stated? The furlongs. Mike, for Mr.
Mr. Knight.
Mr. Knight?
Marcus Knight, Flamboyant Park Asman Association. As I stated earlier, to my knowledge, I think it was 6 furlongs.
6 furlong?
Yes.
Okay, very well.
No. No, you don't have to be.
No, officially to be recognized. In terms of compliance, correct. I took a note for that. Now let me ask in respect to Mr. What's your name, sir?
Watson.
Mr. Watson. You said that in respect to our territory, you said that basically until or unless we come into compliance, we will never have any financial benefits. What are in your opinion, based on what the bill proposes to do, will that have us out of compliance?
No, what the bill does is merely a start, you know. That's all that is. This is a long haul, okay, to get to recognize horse racing. The compliance part is meeting the requirements under the federal law and state law. That's why, for example, you already have the Interstate Commerce Horse Racing Act, you have HISA, and we came up with our own anti-doping statute, which only addressed the Interstate Commerce Horse Racing Act because that was the statute in effect at the time dealing with anti-doping that requires anti-doping. Now you have HISA, which is another layer of...
1 minute.
I understood what you said, but basically you're saying the bill as proposed with the amendment is a start to get us where we need to go.
Sure.
Okay, very well.
I agree with that.
Happy to hear that. Also, it spoke to the commission members. How many members are there on the commission? Because you spoke to 3 on St. Croix and 4 on St. Thomas, correct? And
yes.
What the issue with St. Croix in terms of having another member onboarded?
You're asking what's the issue?
Commissioner of the department has spoke. Go ahead, Bates. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
What was the question, sir?
Hold on, time out.
Commissioner White,
Hold
this
the
for you, I'm
senator's
sorry.
time.
It's my bad. You, Commissioner White.
Okay, that's why I didn't know who the commissioner was. The Virgin Islands Territorial Horse Racing Board is supposed to consist of 9 members, 4 members in the St. Thomas St. John district, which consists of has to be 1 person on the island of St. John, and then St. Croix is also supposed to have 4 members. They currently only have 3 members with 1 vacant position.
So my question is, what are the challenges in terms of onboarding the other 2 members? Do you know?
So I know personally that the governor has asked several individuals, I know 2 particularly, to serve as members on the as a representative of St. Croix, and those individuals declined to serve on the board. So it could be one that finding people to serve on it is probably an issue, but I only know of 2 people that I know that was reached out to that declined to serve.
Okay, very well. And in closing, Mr. Chair, also based on the testimonies, I think one of the main issue is promoters. You know, the question is, if one district has a promoter and the other doesn't, how will the other district that has a promoter move forward if there's one board or one territorial commission board? You know, so there are several pros and cons. There are several pros and cons in respect to the bill, but I really honestly do not see an issue with the bill, and I do plan on supporting this piece of legislation. I want to thank you guys for your responses, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you,
Senator,
Vice President
if I may
Blyden.
respond to the senator's last question.
Proceed, Commissioner.
Not having a promoter in the St. Thomas St. John district has nothing to do with the duties that the commission are to put forward, whether it's St. Thomas St. John or in St. Croix. Let's look at a state like New York. First of all, let me say that there's a lot of guys that you have in front of you that know way more about horse racing than me. I'll go as far as even to call myself a rookie in this horse racing industry. So they know a lot more than me. But if you look at state like New York, we'll have probably 4 tracks, different promoters. They're under one commission. You look at a state like Kentucky that has 5 tracks and another probably 3 or 4 harness tracks. Different promoters again, they're under one commission. Look at California, would have way more than that, who also has one commission. So the argument that we don't have a promoter in St. Thomas is going to affect St. Croix as far as a commission is null and voided, because we know states have multiple tracks with multiple promoters and they still operate under one commission.
Okay, thank you for your response, Commissioner White, but I was not specifically referencing St. Thomas not having a promoter. I say whichever island do not have a promoter at the time, but I am being told that that information is incorrect in terms of the different states you mentioned and those information. So, Mr. Chair, through the chair, if you can have any one of those individuals at the podium correct the record, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Marcus Knight, Flamboyant Park Asman Association. As Mr. White stated, yes, tracks have different promoters. For instance, like he said, New York, the Saratoga track, Belmont track, and Aqueduct track, they run under Naira. That's one promoter, and they do separate thing than Finger Lakes, which is in New York. And they do separate thing and have separate officials that deals with that, which break down to the same thing that we're saying. They elect state officials for each track, as the same thing that we're trying to do in separating the commissions. So each track have their own state officials, which will be the representative of the commission. So even, for instance, in Florida, Gulfstream and Tampa, they have their own state's official. When you go to a different state like Santa Anita, they have their own commission, even though they have Del Mar, Santa Anita, Los Alamitos, Golden Gates. They have their own officials that deals with that.
So, you know, I was a rookie too. So you got to slow down. Okay, so, but the point has been brought across, and I appreciate that. Mr. Watson, matter of fact, I wanted to ask you a question, but proceed, and then I'll ask you the question that I have for you before we go to the next senator.
I think I will be best suited to answer this question and clarify it for everybody. Okay? There are states that have multiple racing commissions. Delaware, the state of Delaware, and the state of Pennsylvania. I'd like to clarify what Mr. Knight is saying. Commissions only are responsible for the stewards and the stewards, really. The promoter is responsible for the racing secretaries who put the races together. So when he says state officials, those officials are employees that are hired by the commission, okay? The stewards, you have multiple stewards. The commissions will have 1 or 2 stewards, and the promoter also has a steward. So even the stewards have a separation, but the commissions, they are states with multiple commissions.
Okay. Okay, very well.
Marcus Day, Flamboyant Park Asman Association, and to correct what Mr. Watson just said, that's why you have state, as they were appointed from the state. They do not work for the track.
Okay, very well noted. Mr. Watson, I had you made some comments in your testimony concerning equine welfare or care. and also some other topics with medication and track surfaces and facility maintenance, and also mentioned compliance within those statements. So is it your position that the current commission is not dealing with these compliance issues?
The question is, if they were, would we be here today?
Okay. So, Chairman Hodge, based on the testimonies and the compliance that we're hearing about, is the commission within compliance concerning these topics? Equine welfare, track surfaces, maintenance. I know the tracks haven't been fully built out, so that speaks for itself. But when it comes to the policies and the regulatory aspect of this situation, is the commission doing their part to address the compliance?
Good afternoon again, Hugo Hodge, VA Horse Racing Commission. Without a doubt. You know, I'm a little confused here today because I received an invitation to talk about two things. Then one block is complete. The second one's about this bill about separating the Horse Race Commission. And we are all over the place right now. The commission is doing their part in the compliance side. The commission has stated their position on the separation of the commissions. And I have stated for the record, I'm at the point right now, whatever everybody sees fit for horse racing, I all for it. There's a process for everything, Chairman. You create a draft, it has to go before the parties that it goes before, and once approved, then it can move. Nothing can take place until that is done. The commission has acted on the draft, and it is where it is supposed to be. And until it moves from there, we cannot do anything. So the answer to your question is yes. And I'm going to ask that if, I don't know, I didn't, with all due respect, I didn't plan for the lengthy day. And I really have some obligations. So I don't know if we're going to iron down these two bills and move, or how we're going to move, but I think we're really drifting, to be honest.
Well, that's the purpose, Chairman Hodge Jr., and we're going to get there. Next, we have Senator Milton Potter. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think the one common thread that I see here today is that ultimately everyone wants what is in the best interest of facilitating a successful horse racing industry in the territory, and we may have different perspectives as to how to achieve that. I know that probably around 2016, we moved from having the individual district commissions to the singular territorial commission. And the feedback that I have gotten today was that it is because of we had one single promoter. I think that is the feedback that we've gotten as to the reason why we moved. Now we are proposing reverting back to having the individual district commissions. And I'd like to get some feedback from the horsemen, because it seems as though the horsemen associations are in full support of going back to the district. You know, where we have separate individual commission. Just in a quick summary, why is this the way to go? Why is this in the best interest of furthering horse racing in the territory? Why is it to our advantage as a territory of individuals who are interested in having a successful horse racing industry, why is it an improvement going back to the individual district commissions?
Dennis Lynch, treasurer of the Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. You asked a question and it speaks to continuity. Like Mr. Hendrickson said before, once the rules and regulations are in place, it speaks for itself. You know, one of the concerns we have is the void of the anti-doping. When you don't have rules and regulations to run with, that's when the lines become blurred. We were operating under the guise that we would have one promoter under 2 tracks, 1 Virgin Islands, like the Manikato said. We no longer have that. So the sense in it of having one commission no longer seeks that. So by separating it, it goes back to the district, which we are running for 20 years. And like the old people will say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So that's why we're asking to return to how it was before, because it makes sense that way in a part of continuity.
What role do you envision the Territorial Commission having if we revert back to the separate boards? Is there a role, in your view, for the Territorial Commission? And what would that role be in your opinion?
I'm going to steal the thoughts of Senate Vice President Marvin Blyden when he said he used the example of the hospital board. Now, it can be a little elaborate, but just follow me for a second. When you have 2 districts, you have very unique capabilities within those 2 districts. However, you have one governing board that speaks to the general personalization of both. So when you have a territorial board overseeing that, it speaks to the issues and the problems that each track face that are holistic to each entity. So that's the view that we, as a Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association, see. Having that measure of continuity and transparency that a territorial board will have. But within the district, you still have problems that are unique to those islands.
Thank you for your response. Mr. Hedrington, on St. Thomas, with the St. Thomas St. John Horse Racing Association, I'd like you to weigh in and share your thoughts on that. It didn't seem to me, just hearing you speak, it didn't seem like you were necessarily strongly in support or not in support. In your view, you wanted to have some, I think you said, you wanted to have some sort of standardized rules. That was a priority for you. But, you know, as far as just the individual districts, in your view, why would that be in the best interest of horse racing?
Edrington, president of the St. Thomas St. Horse Racing Association. So, my view is that, and again, I think I made it clear that, you know, as long as we have standardized rules, and the state commission should handle that. And I understand that we may have some unique differences between St. Thomas and St. Croix, and so the district commissions should handle only the operational requirements. That's not, I don't think that's an issue, right? As long as they are guided by the overarching rules and regs that's set by the state. And I think Marcus and everybody else in the well talked about how that is done in the mainland. And I think that's fine. But for me, reality is if we don't have enough people to sit on those boards, having a territorial and another state level or another the district levels and the state level boards. And so that would be my concern for sure. And how effective that will be, being that we may not have enough bodies to fill those roles. But that would be if that's the approach and that's what this bill is intended to get to. That's the goal. Then I think we would support that. If not, then we would have an issue. So yes, we have these unique differences, but again, it still should have some continuity, and I would agree with that. But my concern will be having people to fill those roles.
Thank you very much. You wanted to weigh in on that, Mr. Watson?
Yes, Jay Watson. Senator, I think we are of the assumption that if we just revert back to what was 20 years ago, it's going to fix this. It's not. We've had joint commissions since the law to have commissions has been enacted, the district commissions. There is no need, if you're going to pass such legislation, to have a territorial board. Ask yourself, what is the reason of the territorial board? Allow each district to establish and determine the direction they want to build their horse industry. You don't need a territorial board.
Thank you for that. I'm thinking with a territorial board, sorry, Mr. Chair, would be more of a joint board, not necessarily a brand new independent board, but having a joint board, a combination of the St. Thomas and St. Croix.
Senator, with all due respect, what I'm saying is there's no need for that. We're just putting another layer of bureaucracy. You're trying to have each district to be able to move their horse racing in the direction they want to go. It didn't work 20 years ago. It may have worked to provide horse racing. It didn't work to move this into an industry.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't want to be abusive of my time. Thank you for your leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. And Mr. Watson, while I appreciate your knowledge in the subject area, I still believe that there are some areas where there still might be some sort of conflict. For instance, as an example, scheduling of dates, right? Let's just theoretically say we have the two commissions operating and then they have races on the same exact day. Then that could also be an issue. But with a territorial board setting or environment, then there would be some sort of framework to stop that to avoid that from happening, whereas we'll be able to schedule race dates so that everyone from both districts would be able to participate and let the industry flourish.
Senator, if I may, and I respectfully disagree with you.
Okay.
We continue to look at horse racing under the past, how we are accustomed to do it, okay? Racing Commission's responsibility are to approve the card, the race card that their promoter sent to them. The Horse Racing Commission doesn't get involved in determining you run today, you run Monday, you run Christmas second day. It doesn't happen like that. The promoter has to promote to determine the direction where he feels he can make the most profit by putting on horse races. Now, because you have races in St. Thomas and you have races in St. Croix, they may happen on the same day. There's nothing wrong with that. Each promoter has to decide what is in the best interest of their business that they're promoting. But we've had it mentally that way because that's how it's always been, where we fight over race dates. This is a business. If St. Croix or if St. Thomas feel they can make more money on Carnival race day and St. Croix says, well, we want to put on a race day, may the best man win. It's a business.
Well, I understand it from that aspect, but it could potentially harm another business as well. Nevertheless, we'll move on to the next senator. Senator Alma Francis Heileger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the testifiers. I diligently sat here and listen to many of you share your thoughts and views from what I have gathered so far. The current commission does not believe that we need to separate into 2 additional boards plus the territorial. St. Croix is adamant that we do need to separate, and St. Thomas doesn't care either way once the rules and regulations are across the board. That is what I've gathered from everyone so far. I am not one for division. I think that from what I'm listening and understanding, why are we not in a situation where we have just created recently in the past few years this territorial committee? Horse racing has been missing out of the territory. A lot of things are being created. A lot of rules are being promulgated. A lot of things are being put in place so that horse racing can be balanced across the board within both districts. So it almost seems like before they get an opportunity to get into full effect, we're going to say, let's rip it all apart and go backwards again. And that's what I'm processing. And I am very concerned about it. I understand, but I also pick up from the perspective of the promoters, which I do agree with Mr. Watts that, in all honesty, it shouldn't matter what if it might have 2 horse races on the same day, one in the district of St. Thomas and one in the district of St. Croix. That should be up to the promoter. But I am of the belief that we should be focusing on having one territorial board that have representatives from both districts to make sure that the rules, regulations, and policies are met across the board for the entire territory, which consists of both districts. Now, I do have a concern where how the bills are created, because I am one of those individuals that was very, very upset when 2 of my colleagues brought forward an amendment and attached it to a bill that I love that I couldn't vote for just because they added on the suspension of anti-doping to that piece of legislation. That I don't support that. I really think we need to go back to where doping is not a part of our industry. We have to deal with standardization. I think it's an unfair situation where, you know, if you have a horse that is natural in bringing forth their abilities and somebody decides to put drugs in their horse, why are we even going backwards to those things? I really was not happy when that was done. And if we're going to try to get rid of that suspension, I am in support of that, but I am not in support of the division of this territorial committee from going from 2 to 1 and then to 3. I sat here and listened to everyone speak, and one of the concerns were currently with the board, there's still a missing individual from the district of St. Croix. And that has to be corrected. I understand that if somebody has been offered a position and they have not accepted it, I think as the executive branch, keep searching until we could find people. Because now you're going to put us in a situation where you could hardly find one missing person for a territorial board, but now you're here telling me we're going to end up with creating 3. So how are we going to find all these people again? And I'm looking at it holistically. We have to sometimes give things an opportunity to see if it could work. Yes, I distinctly remember when they tried to merge the Board of Elections from 2 districts into 1. We got a lot of pushback, a lot of arguments, and now they're functioning. I saw the same thing happen with the hospital. But right now, the same thing is happening where the Horse Racing Commission has been merged. But for me, give it an opportunity, because we're not racing at all. Give it a chance to create the rules. Give it a chance to create the policies. Let's see if we could actually get it executed, as opposed to just saying, let's go backwards, when we haven't even really given this new option a full chance to see if it could actually flourish in a time where I believe instead of having division, we should be unified. I also want to applaud my colleague from the District of St. Thomas, St. John. He spoke before me. I distinctly remember his very, very impassioned speech that he gave. Oh, is my time up?
Please proceed, Senator. Wrap up.
Thank you. I distinctly remember his impassioned speech that he gave on the Senate floor that day when two of my colleagues brought forward an amendment to suspend doping in the territory. I almost was in tears because that is the most impassioned I've seen him on the floor since we've been in the Senate. But to hear him speak, I was very, very proud to be his colleague at that moment, because we have to get away from things that create unnecessary chaos, could push against us being sanctioned across the board, to elevate horse racing, not only in the territory, but to be a part of the big boy stateside at some point. Nationally, internationally, we can't keep going backwards. So I am just going to implore my colleagues, give the territorial committee an opportunity to do what it was created to do. That is all I'm asking. I am not in support of separation at this moment. If I see that they get a chance to do something and it fails, but I can't really say they've even really gotten the full opportunity to do everything, because horse racing isn't even happening right now. We're gonna get there. We had testimony from VIGL. You know, they're a little bit questionable right now. But we saw Phipps when it comes to Clinton fixed rate, but they're on the ball, and we're looking forward to VIGL getting on the ball too. But we have to have some sense of continuity across the board when it comes to horse racing in this territory. I don't like the division. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for my time, and I will continue to listen to the testifiers.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heilaga. Point of information, Senator Samuel Karyong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to clarify something for some of my colleagues and maybe those that are viewing and listening, and even maybe some of the testifiers present. So the current proposed legislation speaks about, well, let me just go back a little bit. We're talking about division. There's no division here. What we are doing is giving each district more autonomy to handle their management and operation in each district. And we also spoke about, and I'm hearing about 3 boards. Each district has, in the proposed legislation, each district has 5 committee members. Additionally, the ex officio from Department of Sports, Park, and Rec. And each member, each district combined together form the Virgin Islands Horse and Racing Commission. So it's not 3 distinctive boards. Each district has their members. They join together with members from each district to form the Virgin Islands Board. So you don't have to go out seeking other commission members, other members. So it's the same members from each district when they join quarterly to promulgate rules and regulations. The rules and regulations are done at the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission, which is a territorial group. Each district now handles the management and operation of their district. So I just wanted to clear that up to avoid the confusion. It's in the proposed legislation.
Thank you, Senator Karyong. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to talk money because everybody talking everything else but money. Commissioner White, have you been receiving money from VAGL from the Casino Commission?
Yes, sir.
Have you received any money from the Pony Parlor for simulcasting race?
No, sir.
And the money that's going into that pot with one commission, can that commission spend money that's generated on the island of St. Croix to the island of St. Thomas?
Repeat your question again.
With the money that is going into the pot, being under one commission right now as we are, can that commission utilize funds that are raised on the island of St. Croix to do work or do anything on St. Thomas?
I don't see why they can't.
Thank you very much. And that's the crux of this that nobody wants to speak about. VIGL pays money and we don't even have horse racing going on. The Pony Parlor has simulcasting racing just like VIGL, and no money is being contributed to the St. Thomas Horseman Association or the commission. And there's quite clear bylaws where percentage of money goes different place. So we're talking about one thing, but we want to talk about the rest. And we need to bring everything on the table. Let's be clear. I've been wrong horse racing a little bit, and I can give some stories. And this one story that stands out so clear to me. There's what you call the Governor Cup. And there's about maybe 4 categories of horse, the A, B, C, D, and probably non-third might be an E. And this big race was going on for Carnival. St. Thomas didn't have sufficient qualified A horse to run for the Governor Cup. And that's the one and only year that the Governor Cup went to a B-class race. Because Father Uku was out of St. Croix and would have won the Governor Cup easily that race day. That's the decision that they made. That's the decision that they made. So it got a lot of unfairness that have happened in this industry, and we want to play like it haven't. It have happened. And it will continue if we have one commission. And I appreciate the sponsor of this piece of legislation clarifying what this legislation is about to do. I stand wholeheartedly behind of it. I would like to ask Mr. Hodge a question because in his testimony he spoke about overseeing construction. Mr. Hodge, have you had any conversation with the members of VIGL in regards to the building of the St. Croix track?
Many times.
And what in that conversation, what have they been saying to you in regards of building this track?
Little to nothing.
I mean they said nothing. When your question was asked, what was the answer?
The same ones you received today, we're waiting on this or we're waiting on that or nothing didn't take place. So the same answers the horse owners are getting from St. Croix, the same answers that you getting when you talk to them. But maybe you getting different answers. You are a little tighter knit with them than me. But the same answers everybody's getting.
Well, the reason I asked you the question because I haven't get no answers, but I heard you say that your part of your duties, you guys was overseeing the construction. So I wanted to know what they are saying about this.
Sorry. We asked for updates, but I mean, the same thing you heard today is what we get most of the time, to be honest.
I thank you. Mr. Watson, I want to ask you this question. Do you believe that having 2 racing commissions will cause a division in the territory?
1 minute.
Why or why not?
Senator, to answer that question, no. The issue isn't whether one district should get more than the other district. The issue is how do you build a horse racing industry in each district? And let's be clear. When we talk about building a horse race industry, that can't happen on St. Thomas. It can only happen on St. Croix. And I understand you probably, those senators from St. Thomas will be asking, why? St. Thomas don't have the other components that require building an industry, which is breeding, agriculture, holistically, the other things that are required to generate an economic
time.
How should I say it? Make it have an economic impact relative to the industry, creating businesses around the horse industry. That can't happen in St. Thomas. It could only happen on St. Croix.
Mr. Chair, if I wrap up, in my time of being around horse racing, I've seen where both islands have had horse racing on the same day. This ain't nothing new. Because of the size and the structure of St. Thomas track with that sharp corner, there are some horse owners on the island of St. Croix won't take the horse over there to run on that small track to avoid damage. Am I fair to say that, Mr. Bates or Mr. Knight?
Yes, you're correct.
Yes.
So I only ask this question to show you that they will be able to have their race, and I appreciate what Mr. Watson said. You got somebody selling pizza in St. Thomas, I got somebody selling pizza in St. Croix. You got your customers, I got mine. So there's some people might, even though St. Thomas have race, there might be some owners will still even carry the horses over. Vice versa. He have never had a problem with us doing this. And we don't need to let that become and make it a problem. I support this legislation. I thank the sponsors for it, and I didn't get to sign on yet, but I'm signing on to that for sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And before we go to...
I want to clarify something, Mr. Chair.
I actually, one moment, Chairman, because I was going to ask you if you wanted to, but before we go to Senator Joseph, I wanted to say, Chairman Hodge, Jr., would you like to rebuttal the statement that was made, or respond, I apologize, to the statement that was made? Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Hugo Hodge, Chairman, VA Horse Race Commission. I want to just make sure we clarify something. There was a statement made by Senator Johnson that says that monies that come from the VIGL could be spent on St. Thomas and so forth. Let me make sure we're clear about this, right? There are several ways that money goes to the VI Horse Race Commission. One is through those places that VIGL operate on St. Croix. There's also legislation that this body should be familiar with that has money from the lottery that was created for St. Thomas, since it didn't have a Racino, where monies went to the St. Thomas St. John Horse Racing Association, which would go to the territorial board right now, which could be spent on St. Croix equally as easy and as readily as money from St. Thomas could be spent, from St. Croix could be spent on St. Thomas. So the same thing exists in both districts. The money that we get from lottery can be used to further anything on St. Croix, the same way the money come from VIGL could be used on St. Thomas. It's very disingenuous to make it sound to the public that only money coming to the VI Horses Association is from St. Croix through VIGL. It's just not accurate.
So, okay, thank you, Chairman Hodge.
If I could add to that, Senator.
One moment, Commissioner. With all due respect, Commissioner, thank you. I know that the passions are rising now, so we just want to remain balanced in our delivery of what we're trying to say. So, before I give the Senator his point of information, Commissioner, you may proceed.
Yeah, so I just wanted to piggyback on that. So to give a little clarity, the monies that the Horse Racing Commission on St. Croix, where they got their funding from, was from the Racinos. As we know, St. Thomas, St. John didn't have Racinos. So what the legislature did was a percentage of the monies that the lottery would get from VLTs would go towards the Horse Racing Commission. So again, just like monies that's coming in from the Racinos and St. Croix goes to the territorial, the same funds that's coming from lottery, from the VLTs and whatnot that goes to the territory can be used district-wise. So we now have two parts coming into one board that can be used with whichever territory that we need it to be used.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Johnson and then Senator Joseph for her 5 minutes. Go ahead with your point of information.
My point of clarification to both the Commissioner and Mr. Hugo Hodge. The pony parlor has simulcasting race. Does this Virgin Island government get 1 penny from simulcasting race in St. Thomas, and do they get money from simulcasting race on St. Croix? Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I can't say we specifically gets money from the pony parlor. Now I don't know if monies is going towards lottery or anybody else, but we don't specifically get those money from the pony parlor. The funding for the Horse Racing Commission, which is now the territorial, gets their money from lottery, and that fund is called the Horse Racing Improvement Fund.
Commissioner, you know that there's simulcasting race in St. Thomas in the pony parlor. Is it fair to say that?
I don't gamble. I don't know.
I didn't ask you if you don't gamble, Commissioner. Don't
know.
lead me down the road, please.
I don't know.
Mr. Hodge,
Senator
do you
Johnson,
know, Mr. Hodge, do you know
please
if there's simulcasting race in the pony parlor?
Senator Johnson, I have to
just want to get this
recognize
question
Senator
from
Joseph.
from Mr. Hodge to find out if he knew if there's simulcasting race in the Pony Parlor in French Town. That's all I have.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Your query was answered. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I wanted to really thank everyone for their contributions to this piece of legislation that we have before us. I am not a member of this committee, but I try to sit in committees that have really critical and economic benefits as well as recreational benefits to our people. So I wanted to ask the Horse Racing Commission, because before I go and ask, let me just ask Mr. Watts. You mentioned that you have done some research and you found that there were 2 states that had they had 2 separate horse racing commission. Is that what you represented, Mr. Watts?
Watson, Senator.
Is it Watson or Watts?
Watson.
Watson, thank you so much. You said Delaware and Pennsylvania?
Correct.
Okay, so I did, while we were debating and having discussion, I did a quick research, and I actually also called the Delaware Thoroughbred Horse Racing Commission Executive Director, and there's only one Thoroughbred Horse Racing Commission in that state. And I went on the website for the Pennsylvania, and it's only one Thoroughbred horse racing. What they do have is harness horse racing.
Correct.
Are you familiar with
Yes.
Yes. So we are looking at 2 different types of racing. One is harness, where you have the horse and a carriage, like those people in Greece and Rome. And we are just talking about horse racing. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. And then because Mr. Hugo Hodge, the president of the Racing Commission, had mentioned that there is, so we can say that there's no, he stated in his testimony that no state has multiple state racing commissions, and I suspect he means horse racing, thoroughbred horse racing commissions, regardless of having one or more that one promotes the state. Mr. Hodge, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Okay. I want to go to your testimony. You said you polled the commission, which I commend you, your commission members, and you said almost all were against the separation of the commission. How many of your members that you have and you polled were against the separation?
I believe 4 responded with opposition. 1,
4
2,
out of
3,
how many?
8.
So it was split.
No. There was 4 responded in opposition. 1 responded. I couldn't tell whether he was opposed or not. He just thought about how it was, and the other ones did not respond.
Okay. So 4
1
responded
minute.
in opposition of the legislation. Okay. And so you had a majority who responded in favor. Now, I just want to put on the record, because I do have an issue with this divisiveness between St. Thomas and St. Croix. We have 40 miles of water that separates us. It should not be separating us as a people. I served on the Board of Election when it was a district, and then it became one uniform board. And yes, we had a little bit of a struggle, but we made it through. we came together as one. It's only one Virgin Islands. I understand that you want to have, the proponent is proposing to have the operation that each district handles the operation, but the Board of Election, that's how it was conducted. The district members were the one who had oversight in implementing, doing the various oversight. So I have an issue with just this legislation, just as it's drafted. It's a bit confusing, and I'll tell you which portion is confusing. Mr. Chairman, if I just may wrap up, because I spent a little bit of time reviewing it. Page 3 is just how it's worded. Page 3, the top line 1 through 3. It's a bit convoluted as it reads. It says horse racing in the islands of St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John is conducted under the supervision of the St. Croix the St. Croix Racing Commission. I think we should really try to be a bit specific, and the St. Thomas, St. John Racing Commission as appropriate. I just think it's a bit convoluted how it's written there. And that's my major issue. I really would support a uniformed board, a unified board specifically, so that we could have those unified regulations. And so that if we choose to go between islands to race, everyone will know what the requirements, because it's one board, it's one commission, that they know what the requirements are so that they can prepare to race. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. President Bates, you referenced in your testimony that the Flamboyant Park Horse Association was requesting, at the time, the repeal of 8010 and 32-0092. And if you could share with us some of what you feel as the president of the association would be the benefits of going to this structure, that through the bills that we have before us, what are some of the benefits of going back to this?
Okay, Senate. Elroy Bates, President, Flamboyant Park Horseman Association. As Senator Johnson said, when horsemen from St. Croix go St. Thomas, there's sometimes a lot of controversies. When they come here, they say they meet it. The benefits of this is our commission members and St. Croix knows St. Croix. They know what you call it? The nuances of St. Croix. So they are better prepared to run St. Croix. I don't think the members from St. Croix want to be in St. Thomas making decisions for St. Thomas. Let the St. Thomians them do that while St. Croix handles St. Croix. I see that as a benefit of it.
Okay, very well. Next. One moment. Okay. Next senator to speak, 5 minutes, Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And let me say that I am in full support of these two pieces of legislation that's coming before us. Make no mistake about it. I want to ask you, Chairman Hodge, can you state for the benefit of the public who are the current members of the commission?
Ron Phillips on St. Croix, Dodson James, Henry Shang on St. Thomas, Sheldon Turnbull, Dr. Laura Palmenteri, Shane Benjamin, and Hugo Hodge, and the ex officio is Calvert White.
Thank you. I think it's important that the public is aware of who's the members. So in your testimony, Mr. Hadj, you spoke about wanting some additional teeth placed on the commission. And can you expand on that for me, please?
That was referring to the contract and that was executed with VIGL to do to build the tracks. It was first for both districts, and it's now just for St. Croix. The contract that was done and negotiated with VIGL does not have a start date. It speaks to the permit being complete to be the start, which you have no control over that. There's no penalty, no timeline. There's a lot of things that weren't there that would have given the commission a lot more teeth in enforcing their progress to date under the first setup or the last setup. So my comments were about that, and it was in particular because there was some other dialogue about what's taking place with the construction and how we move forward and what can be done to remedy that.
And from that background of information, who do you believe or what entity is responsible for the enforcement of ensuring that both the Southland Gaming as well as the VIGL adhere to what is required of them? Who's responsible for enforcing that?
Right now, it's the VA Horse Racing Commission.
Of which you're a member of, correct?
That is correct. Chairman at that.
Very well. No. So again, what I'm trying to get at is in regards to the VIGL. They continue to indicate, and you have put out a record, and we have seen this today, where there's some level of uncertainty in terms of how do they proceed forward. What do you believe is the next step, or what do you need in terms of your enforcement authority then to hold them responsible for carrying out what they're mandated to do?
Well, as it stands today, the VA Horse Race Commission can only oversee and mandate what is allowed by law. And the law is very open right now because it's based on the contract. There's nothing that gives us any additional oversight beyond the contract with VIGL or Southland Gaming for that matter. So I don't know what else we can do other than to continue to request the updates. We push them for movement. We ask them to come to public forums and say what's going on. It's working in one side, it's just not working on the next.
Exactly. And I wanted to, again, I'm about solution. We can't continue to come here year in, year out and have this very same discussion about what VIGL or Southland Game is responsible for, and there's no enforcement arm of it. So what would be your recommendation? Have there been any discussion by the commission in terms of recommendation for changing of law that would ensure that, in fact, the commission is given the enforcement authority then to ensure that these individuals carry out their responsibility?
1 minute.
I mean, not the kind of question I would like to really answer, but since you asked, I have no choice. The issue is this, right? We live in a litigious society. So we can come after the fact right now and implement rules and bylaws and ways to go about regulating what they do, but they still have the recourse of an appeal or a lawsuit. And we're already struggling through 2017 to now, 2 hurricanes and COVID. We're talking about the delays in horse racing, but we're mentioning some of what transpired over that period of time. But we have those things that are already working against us. And if we additionally give them the appeal of a lawsuit because they believe their contract was infringed upon, that's more delays for horse racing. So I appeal to them to do the right thing. I appeal to those in our community that support them, that are out there advocating for them, to have them do the right thing, and let's get horse racing in the territory.
Very well, and Mr. Chair, if I may just conclude. And again, here is my stance is that we're in a position where there is no real enforcement, to hold these individuals responsible for carrying out them, and that's why, collectively we have to then determine what that look like, because clearly we're seeing that there's progress being made at one end, and at the other end, we're stuck in the gate of hell. So, you know, I think it's important that we're having this discussion about how do we then address that particular issue. I wanted to say that everywhere I go on St. Croix, I'm approached, again, I'm advocated to by the horsemen that we need to sever this, at least for now, until we could see some traction, until we could see some progress being made here in St. Croix, and then we could consider what needs to be done in the future to perhaps create a territorial board, but St. Croix district very much need at least a standing voice right now to make sure that VIGL carry out the duties of their mandates. Thank you very much. Again, I'll be supporting this piece of legislation because I believe it's the right thing to do at this time until we could see some progress. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, President Francis Jr. Senator Samuel Kadiung, your record. Oh, I apologize. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My point of information is to Mr. Hodge. You said that you had 4 members voted. Who was the 4 members voted, and what was the cast of the votes?
I didn't say 4 members voted. I said I polled all the members, and I had 4 that spoke up in opposition. I believe those 4 were Dr. Parliamentary, Mr. Turnbull, myself, and I believe Mr. Benjamin.
So Mr. Datlin James didn't take part in that poll?
He did respond. He was the one member that spoke about it being beneficial to St. Croix, but when it was separated, but not being beneficial to St. Thomas when it was separated, but did acknowledge that there was only one state racing commission in every state in the country. And I mentioned that in my testimony.
But is that 5 members now or 4 took part?
Maybe you're not hearing me correctly. The question that was asked by the previous senator was how many said that they were against it. And I said 4.
Okay.
I said 1 additional made the comments about the 2 districts and the other ones did not respond. 4 plus 1 would be 5.
Thank you. Because it was 4 and 3 is 7.
I never said everyone responded. I said only some responded.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleagues this afternoon for making some prompting questions to make this discussion more informative this afternoon, and the testifiers for sharing their input. As they are the real stakeholders in this matter, I have no horse. I am not a horse racing expert, but I do hear their concerns. I do hear their complaints. I do hear their recommendations and suggestions. And I've been hearing their struggle. It's been a few years now under this situation. But we're here here today regards to these 2 pieces of legislation. And I think I want to once again clarify to my colleagues, because I continue to hear some of my colleagues stress on this issue of divisiveness. And this is not about divisiveness. This is about empowerment. This is about allowing each district the autonomy necessary to manage their own affairs. We're not trying to separate or put one district against the other. We need to recognize that each district is unique and be able to celebrate that uniqueness. And because of that uniqueness, because of the dynamics that have changed that really promoted and push to have a unified territorial horse racing commission, it's then appropriate in this time to make the necessary changes to allow each district to run their own affairs. At the same time, having standardized regulations and policies for both districts so that horse racing can be the same, so to say, when it comes to regulations and policies. So, just wanted to clarify that again. what we're doing is empowering each district, providing the independence to be able to run their own operations and affairs and management within their district. I really appreciate the example presented by the good colleague from St. Thomas, Senator Blyden, when he mentioned about the hospital board and the management of the hospital board in each area. So this is what the Horsemen has been asking for. This is their industry, and we are here to listen to them and the experts in their field. I heard a testimony from the chairman of the commission when he said he polled most, if not all, of the commission members, but we've realized that only maybe half of the commission members responded to the poll, and some did not. So, you know, I think we're here to be able to listen and find ways what's the pathway to move forward in the best interests of all parties involved. And given the information as we're presenting and conversations we've been having, this is the best pathway forward to be able to move this industry from where it is to where it should be. And this, again, listening to the testimony presented by Mr. Watson, and I agree with him, this is not the solution to the problems that we have, but this is a start to allow that proper management to take place. There's a colleague that mentioned about convolution within the proposed legislation, and the section that she mentioned within the proposed bill. I'm not sure where she sees a convolution because it's clear what it states in that section of that bill. Now, I did say in the beginning that I will be offering amendments after hearing suggestions and recommendations from stakeholders. So we will be offering amendments, and some of these amendments are technical. Like in any piece of legislation, you have amendments and you have technical amendments that you have to change. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record with regards to that. So once again, I want to thank my colleagues and ask for their support. This is a very clear, logical thing to do in order to allow each district to be able to run and manage their affairs while at the same time having across-the-board regulations and standards. So I think that's, I don't really have many questions really to ask. So I think my colleagues have done a very good job in really asking pertinent questions in regards to this topic. The one that I did have was regards to, I think it was testifier Watson that mentioned about the ARCI. And I would like to ask then the Commissioner, Chairman Hodge, what conversations or collaborations are you having with the ARCI or any national association umbrella to assist in the process locally?
We don't have any direct conversation with them right now. We've pulled from their data and their information to create what we have. So the anti-doping and the what we have is in place came from national organizations. We didn't just come up and create it or reinvent the wheel. But right now we've been talking to different regions, different states about what they are doing and how do we partner with them and whatnot, but not the regulatory body right now.
Would it be beneficial then to engage this regulatory body to assist in the process of establishing our regulations, maybe use their consultants or resources available?
We use their anti-doping policy to create ours. So the answer is yes, and at the right time, we'll get more involved. We keep forgetting that we're at a point right now where certain things make sense to spend money on, right? And it doesn't. We're so far from racing right now. So, like I said, at the right time, all would be involved.
I hear you. And just in closing, I agree with you. We're far from raising, but I think that now is a time to get all the pieces together so that when we are ready for racing, we have everything in place. We tend sometimes to be reactive instead of being proactive. So that's just my suggestion, recommendation to you and the commission. So my colleagues, once again, I want to ask you for your support on both of these measures, Bill 35-0083 and Bill 35-0073, so that we can provide that level of autonomy to both districts as they move forward in organizing and structuring within their distinctive district. Thank you very much.
If I may,
Point
Mr.
of
Chair.
information.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. There is a point of information, and then I believe Chairman Hodge wants to make a statement, and then we're going to wrap up. You're not recognized for your point of information, Senator.
Thank you. In regards to what I'm hearing, so based on the discussion today, the rationale behind of merging to a territorial committee was based on one promoter. The question I want to toss out, in the future, if we happen to go back to a situation of one promoter, would we then come back and attempt to change the laws to merge it back? That's the first question. And the second question is, I just realized that in the back and forth conversation, this started to go in a direction of money as to who was putting in more. But when it was clarified on the record that not only does money come in from VIGL, money also comes in from Southland Gaming to the territorial committee. The question is, are we going to divide that? No. Because if we're so keen on everybody dealing with their own operations, are we going to divide where the money comes from between the two districts? No, because now that's another thought process I'm trying to figure out, because I want to make sure that's clarified as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heidegger. As the author of the bill, you will have the point of information, and then we'll go to Hugo Hodge.
Just wanted to clarify on the first point presented by the good senator over in St. Thomas, regards to having one promoter in the future if it's necessary to once again make changes to the structure of the commission. And my response to that would be no, given the fact that both district commissions joined together to form the territorial commission that has the responsibility to deal with the policies and regulations that would be implemented by both districts. So I don't see it as necessary. And the second point presented to her was with regards if we will be dividing the funding sources, but that's not part of this legislation. So I just want to make sure that this legislation doesn't touch on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Chairman Hodge Jr.
Yes, Chairman, I changed my mind. I'm good. You say wrap up, I'm all for wrap up, so you go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. What we're going to do now is give everyone an opportunity to close. 30 seconds before we go to the vote.
Senator, may I clarify something?
Proceed.
Okay, I listened to Chairman Hodge when he mentioned that they adopted from the question that Senator Carrion had, they adopted the anti-doping policy from the ARCI. Now, nobody asked, even though I mentioned and spoke about the ARCI in my opening, what the ARCI is. The ARCI is the Association of Racing Commissioners International. All racing commissions in the 38 racing districts of the United States are under that umbrella. The ARCI has already what they call model rules that govern horse racing. So it's there. So when we were talking about forming the territorial commission to oversee rules, it would be simply put to have the ARCI model rules adopted. You understand? So that's why I keep trying, because I'm trying to educate the body and those people who are not knowledgeable about the horse race industry. This is not something we have to reinvent the wheel. These are things that are already established, okay? Now, horse racing is horse racing. Like I said, the 38 racing districts, you have quarter horses, thoroughbreds, harness racing. I respectfully would like to thank the Senator Joseph, who called them and contacted them. The question that was asked was, are there two racing commissions anywhere in the thing. They didn't separate thoroughbred and harness racing, and the ARCI doesn't separate thoroughbreds, quarter horse, and harness racing. All racing commission of any type of horse racing fall under their umbrella.
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. We will go ahead and do our wrap-ups, beginning with Chairman Hugo Hodge, Jr. You have 30 seconds for your wrap-up, sir.
I won't need it. Everybody just move forward and what's best for horse racing for the territory. I to the point right now, well, everybody want, I good with it. I heard everybody talk, I have bids, everybody, I good. Whatever we want, we'll go with.
Thank you, Chairman. President Bates, you're recognized for your closeout.
Senator, and the committee members, thank you for this opportunity to testify on this bill. And I would like to say, Chairman Hodge, don't pass me in the street, man. It's still good. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you, President Bates. President Hendrington, if you're on the line.
Thanks again for the opportunity to give our how we feel about this bill. I think that, so I've heard lots of things today that makes me still believe that we still have a little bit of divisiveness in the territory. You know, I heard about the funding, I heard about things being done on St. Thomas track that was unfair to St. Croix, and I really hope that we could get away from that. So we're in favor of empowerment, but not divisiveness, right? So I hope that the intention of this bill is not to divide us anymore, and empower us. And so, you know, like Chairman Hodge, you know, we support the way that anything that helps the territory, horse racing in the territory, not St. Thomas, not St. Croix, not St. John, in the entire territory, and make it fair across the board. That would be my closing statements today. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Thank you, President Hendrington. And Commissioner White, you know, I asked you to be here today. You didn't have to. And please don't hold it against me.
No.
For the blows that you take
pleasure,
today.
Senator.
I
I
appreciate
think
you.
just by virtue of my position as a commissioner of Parks and Recreation and also as an ex officio, I should have been part of this meeting. You know, I think back on every time the Horse Racing Commission goes into executive session and there's a vote placed. Just off the top of my head, usually those votes are unanimously voted upon wherever the direction we are going at as a team. Usually when you hear people talking about separation is because there's some type of conflict or fighting amongst the members. As I stated earlier, I have never experienced that with the members, whether it's St. Thomas, St. John, or St. Croix. Maybe there's fighting that we don't know about that they talk about outside of those meetings, but I have never experienced that. Again, just by virtue of my position, whether it's one territorial board or you decided to separate it, unfortunately for me, I serve as the pleasure on both of those boards. So, you know, whatever makes the horsemen happy, as you stated at the end of the day, they are the lead probably stakeholders in this. So if the mass is happy of separating, I don't have a problem with it. I would have liked to see the territorial board work together as one in the territory, but if it's separated, I still don't have a problem with it.
Thank you, Commissioner. And before we go to the vote, I just want to say that I appreciate all of the testifiers here today, and I think that we were able to have a very fruitful dialogue and discussion on the matter at hand, and there were a few instances where our passions were rising, but for most part, I believe everyone was, oh, Mr. Watson, I'll get to you one moment. I believe everyone was respectful of each other, and I appreciate the decorum that we held here today. My apologies, Mr. Watson. Please, your closing statement, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Senator. I just want to say that I think, like I said, I have some not concerns with the bill, but I have some observations, and I look forward to getting those to your committee to improve the legislation. But the divisiveness, let's get away from that. We need to talk about what is in the best interest of the industry in both districts. And I think this bill, like I said, is a start towards moving towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Do I hear an amendment? Amendment, Senator Samuel Carrion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer amendment number 35-418 to Bill 35-0073, offered by myself, Senator Samuel Carrion. Bill number 35-0073 is amended in the following instances. A, in section 1, internal section 202, subsection A is amended as follows. A, on page 1, line 8, strike may and insert shall. B, on page 2, paragraph 6, line 11, strike section and insert subchapter. C, at paragraph 9 to read as follows. 9, prepare quarterly and annual profits and loss statements on horse races under this chapter. The quarterly and annual statements may include a profit and loss statement for each horse race held in the District of St. Croix and each horse race held in the District of St. Thomas, St. John under the Commission's authority, and must be available to the appropriate committee of jurisdiction within the Legislature of the Virgin Islands and the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. Closed caption. 2, on page 5, insert and. At the end of subsection, J on line 19. Number 3 on page 5, strike subsection K on the line 20 and 21. And 4, on page 6, line 7, strike subsection B and insert subsection A. And B, strike section 2 in its entirety. I so move.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Samuel Carrion.
I move that Bill number 35-0073, an act amending Title 32 of the Virgin Islands Code to establish powers and duties of the horse racing commissions for each district and relating to the anti-doping of race horses to provide for regulations by district and joint horse racing commissions, as amended, be voted favorably and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved and seconded by Senators Francis, Johnson, and Potter. Roll call on the motion as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis.
Ma'am, I am not absent. I am not voting.
Senator Novell E. Francis, yea. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.
Yea.
Senator Bocas Jr., yea. Mr. Chair, we have 6 yea, 1 not voting.
On the record, seconds of the amendment. Oh, okay. Bill number 35-0073, an act amending Title 32 of Virgin Islands Code to establish the powers and duties of the Horse Racing Commission for each district and relating to anti-doping of racehorses to provide for regulation by district and joint horse racing commissions as amended has been favorably voted upon in this committee and will be reported out to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. For the record, the amendment was moved by Senator Samuel Carrion and seconded by Franklin Johnson, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Carrion.
I move that Bill number 35-0083, an act amending Title 32 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, Subchapter 1, Section 201, to establish a separate horse racing commission for each district, be voted upon favorably and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Carrion, seconded by Senator Franklin Johnson. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
No.
Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Mr. Chair, we have 6 yay, 1 nay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0083, an act amending Title 32 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, Subchapter 1, Section 201, to establish separate horse racing commissions for each district has been favorably voted upon in this committee and will be reported out to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. Point of personal privilege, Senator Samuel Carrion.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank my colleagues for their support and their input in regards to both of these bills presented today, and thank the testifiers and all stakeholders for their recommendations, suggestions, and support in regards to both of these matters as we continue to work together to improve the horse racing industry and create the necessary ecosystem for its success. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Carrion.
And my staff. Sorry, and my staff. I can't leave them out, so I want to thank my staff for all their support and assistance.
Yeah, don't ever forget them. I made the mistake once. I had to hear about it. I want to thank everyone as well.
Point of personal privilege.
Oh, point of personal privilege, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much to all the testifiers for coming. I am in full support of horse racing, and I would like to see us move forward in the future. I am not one for the separation of the territorial committee, but I will look forward to the amendments so that once it gets to the Senate floor, further decisions can be made. Thank you very much.
Point of personal privilege, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to extend condolence to former Senator Neri O'Reilly on the passing of her father, Mr. Rivera. So I wanted to extend that to the O'Reilly family and the Rivera family and the passing of her father. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for updating us on that, Senator Franklin Johnson, and definitely we send our condolences to the family. Any other points of personal privilege? Hearing none. I would like to thank all of the testifiers again for attending this committee meeting today. It was a very productive and informative dialogue. I would also like to take the opportunity to give a few upcoming updates. On Saturday, September 2nd, the AARP of the Virgin Islands is hosting a free screening of Equalizer 3 at the Caribbean Cinemas on St. Croix and St. Thomas as part of their Movies for Grown-Up Screenings initiative. On Saturday, the 24th of September, Relay for Life Committee is having their second annual fundraising motorcade, starting at 1 p.m. from Altona Lagoon to Fort Frederick Beach in Frederickstead. There are prizes and for the best decorated vehicle or car in the motorcade. So if you want to participate and support our aging community, please do so. And also, Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Day will be coming up in October, so we're looking forward to having them before us to give us some updates in our next hearing about what their plans are for the upcoming festivities here on St. Croix. Last but not least, thank you, colleagues. Thank you to the committee members, non-committee members, central staff, our media division, my staff, and last but not least, the listening and viewing audience who attended this hearing, whether virtually or by airwaves. We appreciate your time. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is hereby adjourned.